The House will come to order. The chair recognizes a member from Auburn, Representative Osborne, who moves the House adjourned from the session of March 6, 2025. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the House is adjourned. The House will attend to a prayer by House Chaplain Reverend Jonathan Hopkins, pastor, Concordia Lutheran Church in Concord.
Morning. Let's pray. Dear God, we ask that you would bless our state with your wisdom, your love, and your compassion. We ask for blessings on our leaders. May these servants who are in positions of authority take that responsibility seriously and do their very best each day. May they have a passion for people, for truth, and for righteousness. May they always seek not their own good, but the good of the people that they are elected to serve. May they speak to one another with courtesy and decorum that befits the honor of their calling. Grant to them at this time special gifts of wisdom and understanding, of counsel and strength, that uplifting what is right and following what is true, they may fulfill their spiritual purpose of service to their fellow men and women. We ask for blessing on our servicemen and women this day. We ask protection for all our men and women in uniform, both here and around the world. We are grateful for their service, their dedication to keeping our nation safe. We pray that you would keep them safe, and thank you for blessing us with life and liberty. May your work here in this chamber show love and honor to all the citizens of the state and country. May we reach out to all other nations and people and groups with a strong desire for peace and harmony to be displayed wherever possible. Amen.
The chair recognizes a member from Londonderry, Representative Ron Dunn, who will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. The chair recognizes the Rhythm of New Hampshire Show Chorus, who will now sing our national anthem. The House will attend to requests for leaves of absence.
Mr. Speaker, the day, illness, Representatives Robley Hall, Popovici Mueller. The day, important business, Representatives Ebel, Grill, McKenzie, Michael Murphy, Mark Page, Jonathan Smith, and Summers. The day, illness in the family, Representative Souter. The day, death in the family, Representative Levitt.
These leaves of absence shall be granted unless otherwise ordered by the House. The House will attend to the introduction of guests.
Mr. Speaker, please welcome Summer Campbell, student from Sanborn Regional High School, and Shay Badelli, student from Wyndham High School, our pages for the day.
Welcome to the New Hampshire House.
And Mr. Speaker, please welcome Charles, Sia, and Katerina Juris, parents and daughter of Representative Juris. They are with us in the gallery today.
House will attend to a communication.
Mr. Speaker, in a letter dated March 10, 2025, Dear Speaker Packard, it is with mixed emotion that I submit to you this letter formally resigning from the New Hampshire House of Representatives effective March 10th. It has been a privilege to serve the people of New Hampshire and work alongside my colleagues during the last 6 terms, promoting the New Hampshire advantage and making our state the best place to live, work, and raise a family. However, I am honored to receive and have accepted an appointment from President Trump to serve as FEMA Administrator for Region 1. I look forward to continuing my commitment to public service in this new role, leading the effort to ensure the readiness and response of our country and specifically our region. Thank you for your steadfast leadership and support. Sincerely, Representative Fred Doucette.
This resignation is accepted with regret. The chair recognizes Representative Partial for memorial remarks for the former member from Keene, the Honorable Timothy Robertson. The House will be in order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tim Robertson served 18 non-consecutive terms in the New Hampshire State House. He died peacefully at Covenant Living of Keene on January 29th. Tim's service in the House extends back to the last millennium and concluded in 2016, although he took a break in 2010 to run for governor. Tim sponsored at least 25 bills in the House, but said he couldn't think of one that he sponsored that passed. For some odd reason, I find this an inspiration. It was Tim that urged me to formally enter politics. I got to know Tim Robertson in connection with our local Unitarian Universalist Church, where we both served in multiple positions, including board president. I enjoyed many passionate arguments with him, and while we're not always in agreement, I always felt validated and better for our conversations. Tim was also an Army veteran, and while I did not serve with him, we were pressed to serve as Winkies for the Wicked Witch of the West, sharing a stage in the local Lions production of The Wizard of Oz. While attending Hobart and William Smith College in Geneva, New York, Tim met Elise, the love of his life, and who was better known as Talou. She was his wife of 61 years and predeceased him. Tim returned with Talou to his native Keene in 1964 to raise their 3 children, Andrew, Kristen, and Lincoln. Tim was active in state and local politics, where he exhibited genuine empathy for all. I always found Tim to be open, but also fiercely independent, and always willing to think outside the box. Tim actively supported the work of the Keene YMCA, both financially and advocacy, and was instrumental in moving them to their new facilities. And as I alluded to earlier, he also served as a longtime member of the Lions Club and was fundamental in the early support of our 100 Nights shelter. As Tim did more than his share, I feel no tears are necessary, but I do look forward to a celebration of his life on Saturday, April 12th, from 1 to 4 o'clock at Stonewall Farm in Keene. Thank you. Do you have a moment?
Please rise for a moment of silence in honor of the former member from Keene, the Honorable Timothy Robertson. For what reason is member rise?
Mr. Speaker, I would move that the remarks of the member from Marlborough be printed in the permanent journal.
Without objection.
Thank you, sir.
The House will now attend to the consent calendar.
Mr. Speaker, from the Committee on Municipal and County Government, House Bill 123, removed by Representatives Kutab, Popovici-Mueller, Boehm, Turcott, Scully, Perez, Diane Kelly, Tom Mannion, Seaworth, and Granger.
Are there any other bills to be removed from the consent calendar? Representative Osborne moves that the consent calendar with the relevant amendments as printed in the day's House record be adopted. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the consent calendar is adopted. Under the rules of the House, the Committee on Children and Family Law, HB 493, is referred to the Committee on Executive Departments and Administration. And HB 661FN is referred to the Committee on Finance. From the Committee on Commerce and Consumer Affairs, HB 302, 499 are referred to the Committee on Ways and Means. HB 451, 452, 733 are referred to the Committee on Finance, and HB 538 FN is referred to the Committee on Executive Departments and Administration. The Committee on Education Policy Administration, HB 781 is referred to the Committee on Finance. The Committee on Fish and Game and Resources, HB 655, is referred to the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. The House will now attend to the regular calendar. Majority of the Committee on Commerce and Consumer Affairs, to which was referred House Bill 639 FN, Act relative to the use of and disputes over the blockchain and digital currencies. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment. Recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Carrie Spear for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Merrill Gibbs for the minority of the committee. The amendment is 0445H, printed in House Record 15, page 57 through 60. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted, and it's going to Finance. Majority of the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which was referred House Bill 59 FN, Act relative to the assault of a firefighter, emergency medical care provider, or a law enforcement officer. We considered the same, report the same with the following amendment, and the recommendation the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Mark Prue for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Ray Newman for the minority of the committee. The amendment is 0590H, printed in House Record 15, pages 36. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Division. This is a clarification division. Nobody in, nobody out. The motion before us is on the amendment. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Seibert. Representative Houston, Harry Gathright.
While members present have an opportunity to vote, House will tend to state of the vote. 190 voting nay, 172 voting nay. The amendment is accepted. The motion before us now is ought to pass as amendment. The chair recognizes Representative Ray Newman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is about assaulting public safety workers. First, I need to make it clear that assaulting safety workers can never be tolerated and acknowledge the dangers they face every day. Testimony on this bill indicated that it is intended to protect public safety workers from assault. We need to decide if this bill provides the necessary protections they deserve. We also need to decide if it maintains protection for people who, due to mental or physical limitations, are experiencing the worst day of their lives when dealing with first responders, and they may be very agitated. We have no objective data about the frequency of the crimes, and we are relying on anecdotal evidence about that. Finally, we need to decide if the bill provides necessary tools to solve this problem or is the better solution. Mental health professionals testified we need to slow this bill down so we can give these decisions full consideration. Given the decisions remaining, the Minority Committee recommends House Bill 59 inexpedient to legislate so another motion can be made. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I request a division vote.
Chair recognizes Representative Rhodes. Chair recognizes Representative Rhodes. Oh, okay. Chair recognizes.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So this bill identifies that assaulting emergency workers is a crime. We've heard in the past that if someone does get charged with assaulting an emergency worker, whether it's a firefighter, EMS, or police, gone before the judge, and the judge says, well, that's just part of your job. Suck it up. Well, I didn't notice that in my job description was to get assaulted on purpose. We understand that mental health patients, people with disabilities, will get hit by them when they're having an episode. And I learned that early on in my career. I went to a nursing home for a patient that was out of control, wiped out their day room. We finally got her calmed down, sitting in a chair. We said, we're going to take you to the hospital. She says, I need my shoes. I said, well, let me put them on for you. And as I bent over, she grabbed my hair. It was a little bit longer than it is now, right? And she would not let go. The only way she let go is she pulled it out. And I have a bald spot on the top of my head to remind me every day. Was I mad at her? Did I want her arrested? No, because I knew she was in a mental health crisis. We're trained. We understand that these people act out. They have no control over it. We're not looking at that person. We're looking at the person who deliberately assaults us because they're mad, their family members called them, the police called us to come check them out. Just recently, I had a coworker. She was climbing up into the back of the ambulance. The patient was on the stretcher. The patient looked at her, gave her that screw you look, and kicked her square in the face and knocked her out the back of the truck. She said, hey, cops saw it, said, nah, we're not going to do nothing because the judge's not going to do anything with it. This just tells the judge it is a crime. We're not looking to be elitist. We're not looking to make this a hate crime. We just want people to know that it's not okay. We have repeat offenders that we go into that house, we wait for the police because we know that they're not happy with us for whatever reason. So I ask that you support us. And like I said, we're not looking to be special, but our job takes us to places that most people don't want to go and deal with people that most people don't want to deal with. But we do, because it's our job, but getting beat up is not part of that job on a regular basis. Part of it is, but it's for those special people that we understand have no control. And it's knowingly and recklessly assaulting us before anything can happen. So we appreciate your support, and as much as I hate to do this, I want a roll call.
Representative Pruitt has asked for a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us, the majority committee report of ought to pass as amended. This is going to be a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Harriet Gothright for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, if I know that this is a duplication of laws that are already in motion, and it also that the punishment is first and second degree assault for a firefighter. And if I know that it removes the reference to firefighters in the current law about extended terms of imprisonment, and if I know that the National Association of Mental Illness actually testified before us that there was nothing carving out anything for anyone that's having a mental breakdown. So if I know that someone thinks that a firefighter or someone, law enforcement or whoever it may be, will make the correct judgment on a person that possibly could be having a mental crisis, I would vote no, red, on this so that better motion can be made. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Pruitt for parliamentary inquiry.
If I know that this law doesn't change the penalties and make them any worse than they are, and so I also know that even if a mental health patient was arrested, when they got to court, the judge would say, oh, he's a mental health patient. And there would go no further. And if I know that if you want to support us and keep us in the job longer, because if we get seriously beat up, we may not be able to return to work. And if I also know that it's very hard to find replacements for these jobs, please fire EMS or any emergency worker. Please vote green.
The motion before us, the majority committee report of ought to pass as amendment on House Bill 59. This is a roll call vote. you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay the vote. 196 voting yea, 179 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is just a reminder announcement for the members of the House. Pursuant to House Rule 64, there is no video recording from the membership on the floor of the House. The Sergeant at Arms is authorized to confiscate your phones if you do violate the rules in that regard. Thank you.
Majority of the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which was referred House Bill 87 FN, an act prohibiting the posting of land not owned by the poster. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Matt Saborin Swan Air for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Linda Harriet Gothright for the minority of the committee. The chair recognizes Representative Harriet Gothright.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is brought forth without data that shows that there's a problem in New Hampshire. It also uses terminology that's not prudent in law knowingly. The bill requests for a first offense a fine of $200 and any subsequent offense $500. Knowingly is objective. Therefore, if it would have better been served as a first offense, possibly warning, a second offense of $200, and thereafter $500. The minority believed the fines were excessive and thought about the young person who was being foolish and not thinking through their actions may be affected by this new law, or the owner that never posted the land, never posted, and not thinking, wait a minute, lost my spot, sorry. The land over private property signs in the wooded area. Bottom line, this bill appears not to be a solution to a problem, but a bill looking for a problem. The methodology comments state the bill provides penalties for the violations, thus having an impact on the judicial and possible correctional systems, which may affect prosecution, incarceration, probation, and parole costs for the state as well as the county and local government. So I would appreciate if we really take a strong look at this bill and push red.
Chair recognizes Representative Roy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That was pretty complicated. This is really simple. If it's your property, you get a tax credit for keeping your property open to hunting, hiking, all that. If someone, say, I don't know, that doesn't like hunting, some organization, were to make a campaign like they do and run around putting up no hunting signs on your property, what should happen? The other side says, well, you know, it might be some kids. Kids aren't going around putting up no trespassing signs. I don't recall that as a hobby in high school. So it's people who are troublemakers and don't want people hunting, and they're infringing on your right to have your property open. So it's a fine, all right? Come on. Vote green. Thank you.
Does the member yield to a question?
Yes.
Member yields.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thanks for taking my question. In your opinion, is there any chance of incarceration written into this bill?
No.
A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. Not yet. The motion before us is the Majority Committee report of order passed on House Bill 87. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Muse for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that a person caught placing unauthorized signs on someone else's property can already be charged with criminal trespass, and if I know that inventing new crimes is something we may want to think twice about at a time when we have a shortage of police officers who are already busy trying to solve more important crimes that are already on the books, then would I press the red button so another motion may be made? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Roy for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know to enforce trespass, the person has to be first noticed with no trespass. So if you don't catch them, that's not going to happen. If I further... Mr. Speaker, if I know that to enforce trespass laws, you have to first serve the person with a no trespass. And if I further know that if you own property, I don't care how small, it's dear to you, and you want to keep it the way you want to keep it, I would vote green.
The motion before us, Majority Committee report of order passed on House Bill 87. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay to the vote. 234 voting yea, 144 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which was referred House Bill 159 FN, an act authorizing the state to report mental health data for firearm background check purposes, providing for the processes for confiscation of firearms following certain mental health court proceedings and for relief from mental health related firearms disabilities. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment, a recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Terry Roy for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, will report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Matthew Saborin D. Cornair. The amendment is 0487H, printed in House Record 15, pages 38 through 39. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. It's bills on second reading. Open to further amendment. Representative Roy offers floor amendment 0930H. It's in your seat pockets. And is recognized to speak to his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I should be able to cover everything in this amendment without having to talk again, so you'll appreciate that. This amendment, I listened to all of you. I recognize the concerns that were there from the members of this caucus and from the members of the House in general. I rewrote the entire bill for you. I took out, there's not one word about confiscation of weapons in this bill. The police are prohibited from confiscating weapons in this bill. I changed it so that when you go to get your rights back, I put the burden on the state to prove you're not ready to have your rights back. I changed it so that if you got out from being committed and within 90 days asked for your rights back, they can't order you to have another psych eval, because if they let you out, you should be better. Otherwise, they shouldn't have let you out. This bill is a total rewrite. The only thing it does that some still find objectionable, and that I can't get rid of because that's the bill, is reporting to NICS. We're one of two or three states in the whole country that don't do it. We're missing out on millions of dollars for not cooperating, and we're putting our citizens at grave risk in our law enforcement. If we know someone's dangerous after they've had a hearing and a trial with a lawyer, why would we on earth want them to be able to go buy a gun? I ask you to vote your conscience and vote your heart. Thank you very much.
The motion before us is the Roy floor amendment 0930H. Are you ready for the question on the floor amendment? All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the floor amendment is adopted. We are now on to ought to pass as amended. The chair recognizes Representative Ayers for speak against the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representatives, I rise in opposition to HB 159FN. This bill has errors of fact and law. Amendments cannot fix it. One more law will not change what happened to Chief Bradley Haas. If he had been wearing a bulletproof vest and armed, he'd be alive today. The bulletproof vest would have allowed him time to pull his weapon. There are more than 32,000 laws on the books meant to prevent killings like this, yet none of them prevented the killing of Chief Bradley Haas. Bad guys don't read the laws, bad guys don't care. Chief Bradley Haas was murdered at Dartmouth-Hitchcock because their policy was for disarming security personnel. Chief Haas could have saved himself if he is given the tools to do so. The state hospital now has armed security in the lobby entry where Bradley Haas was murdered. The hospital realized they made a mistake and they are responsible for the taking of his life. Just recently, we learned that in Boston, Massachusetts, an armed man with a knife went into a Chick-fil-A, tried to stab two patrons. Fortunately, there was an off-duty policeman there. He identified himself, asked the mentally ill person to put their weapon down, and when he didn't, he had and shot that person dead. Across the pond, England took firearms away from most of their citizens. The killings continued. They took away knives. The killings continued. They then took away kitchen knives and even said they should be blunted and not sharp. Figure that one out. And they took away bats, but the killings continued. HB 159's promise of due process is a joke. Do you really believe you'll get relief from the Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms Bureau? I mean, seriously? Do we trust the government? Once you're in the NICS system, you're not getting out. The mentally ill on Facebook posts for Facebook for months what they're going to do, shooting up schools, whatever it is. The major at Fort Hood that shot up his fellow soldiers, they were following these people. You don't have to disarm them. What you need to do is go get them and put them in a hospital and get them help. In conclusion, if firearm laws worked, Massachusetts, New York, and New Jersey would be the safest in the country, but are they? No. We just learned a 14-year-old boy in Newark killed a police officer before he could even get his seatbelt off and shot his partners in critical condition still. Where'd he get the weapon? From his parents? A relative? No, he bought it on the streets. There's 500 million firearms roughly out there. New Hampshire is one of 2 states that doesn't have this law. Why? Because we're a better state, right? We all know that. Massachusetts has the strictest firearm laws in the country. Is Mass safe? I dare you to go spend the night on the streets in Lawrence, Mass. Good luck. And wrapping up, New Hampshire is different from the other states. That's why we're in the top 3 states for just about everything in our great country. We are among the top 3 states economically, personal freedoms, and safety, including firearms. Let's ITL this bill by pushing the red button. Thank you very much.
Chair recognizes Representative Lascelles.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, colleagues. The opponents of this bill tell you it's a red flag bill. It's not a red flag bill. There's no red flag provisions in this. The opponents of this bill say it confiscates weapons. It doesn't confiscate weapons. The opponents of this bill says you can't trust the government. We are the government. All right, they say it's an anti-Second Amendment bill. It's not an anti-Second Amendment bill. 47 states have this provision. How many have rescinded it? None of them. How many have said that it's unconstitutional because of the Second Amendment? None of them. Are you willing to sit there and vote against this bill and have a crazy person get a gun and shoot up a school, or shoot up a bowling alley, or shoot their family, or shoot their neighbors, or shoot themselves? Crazy people should not have guns. I challenge you. If Bradley Haas, we don't know whether Bradley Haas would have been killed or not. We don't know that. Anybody that tells you that is wrong. So I ask you, grow a pair. Vote for this bill, because it's the right thing to do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Robertson. For what reason does the member rise?
For a motion, Mr. Speaker.
State your motion.
This bill having just been replaced by a floor amendment, I move to lay it on the table until at least after lunch.
The motion is to table House Bill 159. A division has been called. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is to table House Bill 159. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Osborne for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this bill was just rewritten by a floor amendment and that there are a number of no votes in the room who might change their mind if we lay it on the table for a while, would I press the green button?
Chair recognizes Representative Roy for a parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, if I know that I wish it were so, that minds would be changed, I would agree. But if I also know we need to just vote and get this over with, the public is watching, they want to know what we're going to do on this, and they want to see what their representatives vote. Would I vote no so that we can deal with it?
The motion before us is to table House Bill 159. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. While all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to state of the vote. 193 voting yea, 187 voting nay. House Bill 159 is laid on the table. Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which was referred House Bill 183, an act relative to reporting requirements for emergency medical services personnel. Consider the same, report the same, and the recommendation the bill ought to pass. Representative Mark Prue for the committee. Representative Harriet Gothright has requested a division vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is ought to pass on House Bill 183. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Prue for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this bill helps fire and EMS departments with the unfunded mandate of making members complete the report on routine calls before they leave, getting off duty and paying overtime. And if I know that this bill will allow departments to get more complete information on some of the calls that they weren't able to get it right away because the patient was incapacitated, would you please support this bill? Thank you.
The motion before us ought to pass on House Bill 183. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay the vote. 221 voting yea, 158 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Majority of Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which was referred House Bill 592 FN, Act relative to magistrates and the standards applicable to and the administration of bail. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and a recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Terry Roy from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being able to agree with the majority, report with the following amendment. A recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative David Muse from the minority of the committee. The majority committee amendment is 0448H, printed in House Record 15, pages 53 through 55. Are you ready for the question? A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is the majority committee amendment 0448H. This is a division vote. The chair recognizes Representative Scheer for a parliamentary inquiry.
If I know that this bill, this amendment, is costly to the counties, if I know that it will require counties to hire more corrections officers, if I know that it will strain the judiciary even further with costs, if I know that this is as anti-liberty a bill that there is, and it will result in many more people being jailed, and if I know that 25 to 30% of those people, all people who are charged with crimes, 25 to 30% of them have their charges either completely dismissed or they are found not guilty. And if I know that because of that, we will be jailing pretrial people who have not been found guilty, some of whom will never be found guilty, would I press the red button and vote no?
Chair recognizes Representative Osborne for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that I want to ensure that protections for the accused are codified, would I support this amendment rather than passing the underlying bill without being amended by pressing the green button?
The motion before us is the majority committee amendment 0448H. It's in House Record 15, printed on pages 53 through 55. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Priest. Representative Darby.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend a state of the vote. 209 voting nay, 167 voting nay. The amendment is adopted. Bills on second reading, open to further amendment. I would suggest everybody stay in your seats. We've got a number of amendments to go through. Bills on second reading, open to further amendment. Representative Scheer moves floor amendment 0939H, and that is in your seat pockets. It is part of a stapled group. Chair recognizes Representative Scheer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know, well, excuse me. The current amendment on the amendment that was just approved is both costly and it's anti-liberty. This amendment, by contrast, recognizes the work that the Criminal Justice Committee did last session in a bipartisan fashion and passed a bill 16-0 that made further tweaks to the bail reform bill, that tightened up the bail reform bill, and that bill passed this House by an overwhelming vote, and it passed the Senate by an overwhelming vote. What is now before you simply tweaks that in a way to make it more, tighten it up a good bit more, to force judges to consider whether a person has a violent past, criminal record, whether a person, the current charge is a felony, whether the current charge is a violent felony, whether they're out on bail on a violent felony or a felony of some sort, this bill keeps in place the magistrate system, which allows people who have been arrested to see a magistrate or a judge within 24 hours, unlike the amendment that was just passed, which deletes the magistrates completely, and it allows for people to be held, individuals to be held for 36 hours, excluding weekends and holidays, before they see a judge, which means somebody who's arrested after 5 o'clock on a Friday may not see a judge until the following Wednesday or Thursday, even though they've not been found guilty of anything, and even though 25 to 30% of them will actually never be found guilty. What we need to understand is everyone needs to understand, in spite of all the PR, the bail system is working. The mayor of Manchester told us on Tuesday that celebrated that the crime rate in Manchester last year, under the last year's bail reform, was down 15%. That suggests, and that isn't even under the bill, the bipartisan bill that tightened up bail reform that didn't go into effect until January 1st of this year. We don't need to fix bail reform. We don't need to fix bail reform because we know that when bail reform went into effect, the year bail reform went into effect, there were little over 18,000 violent crimes and property crimes in New Hampshire that year. The last year it's been documented, under bail reform over the last 6 years, there are now only 13,000 plus property crimes or violent crimes. Bail reform, as this legislature has continued to work on it, is working. We do not need to throw it out. We need to tweak it, as this amendment does. We need to reduce the number of failures to appear that will result in a judge presuming that someone is not going to appear again. That is, reduce it from 3 failures to appear to 2 failures to appear. That is, getting rid of substantially the revolving door. Most importantly, this alternative does not impose what is the equivalent of an unfunded mandate on counties to hire more corrections officers, to open up wings of jails that have been closed and used for other purposes. And what we know is this amendment is not an anti-liberty amendment. It isn't jailing people needlessly when by reducing the standard for which they can be held to probable cause, which is no standard whatsoever. We know that this amendment will make the appropriate tweaks to bail reform, that the Criminal Justice Committee, as it looks at how bail reform is going under the new provision, which went into effect on January 1st, and we have time to consider it, this amendment will make a worthwhile tweak, but it will allow the committee to continue to consider this. So I urge you to vote yes. Press the green button on this and vote yes. And I ask for a division vote.
Chair recognizes Representative Rhodes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So it's very interesting that my colleague brings a floor amendment and says the words that we understand that more tweaking can be done, because last term, whenever we sat there for a year and a half working on this bail reform, the agreement that we agreed to was because absolutely there was nothing more can be done. That was absolutely it. Don't bring it back. But yet we're told in committee, well, yeah, there is a little bit more work can be done. Well, you know what? We did do work, and it's going to be on the amendment that we're going to pass after we kill this floor amendment. Clear and convincing evidence. Do you realize how high of a bar? You realize how high that is? That's more than what it takes to get a search warrant. Additionally, we aren't talking about a person that is sadly not vandalism or trespassing. We're talking about the 12 most egregious crimes. We're talking about child sex predators. We're talking about people that have child pornography on their computers. We're talking about people that are sexually assaulting people. And all the stars have to align in like this perfect phenomenon. You have to be arrested on a Friday after 5 o'clock, and Monday has to be a holiday weekend. How many Monday holidays do we have? I don't really think that many. Additionally, the bail commissioners are not allowed to hold bail hearings. The majority of the people are still going to, magistrates are not allowed to hold bail hearings. The majority of people are still going to see bail commissioners. You know what they say? The person in the wrong always does the most talking. Vote red.
The motion before us now is the sheer floor amendment. This is going to be a division vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is the sheer floor amendment. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Scheer for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that in Dover in February of this year, under the bipartisan bail reform bill, the police arrested a person and charged him with 7 felonies involving narcotics distribution, and he was preventatively detained under the bipartisan bail bill. If I know that in Nashua a person was arrested for repeatedly sexually assaulting a 15-year-old and for manufacturing child sexual abuse images, and he was preventatively detained under the bipartisan bail bill. If I know in Hudson the police arrested a person for burglarizing a house and putting in place hidden cameras to record what the members of that house were doing, and he was held preventatively under the current bipartisan bail statute. If I know that in Nashua,
Representative, it's a parliamentary inquiry, not a speech.
And if I know that in Nashua the police arrested someone for shooting someone during a fight and he was preventively detained, would I press the green button and vote yes?
Chair recognizes Representative Rhodes for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that there was just a knife fight in Manchester a couple weeks ago, would I vote red?
The motion before us is a sheer floor amendment. It's in your seat pockets, stapled together in a packet. This is going to be a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Walker.
While all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay to the vote. 171 voting aye, 209 voting nay. The amendment fails. Bill's on second reading, open to further amendment. Representative Roy offers floor amendment 0940H. It's in your seat pockets in the packet. The chair recognizes Representative Roy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is an amendment. Actually, OLS contacted me and notified me that there was a clerical error. This is all this does is fixes a reference in the statutes. Please support this amendment.
The motion before us is the Roy floor amendment 0940H. Are you ready for the question? A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. motion before us is the Roy Floor Amendment. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Scheer for a parliamentary inquiry.
I know that this amendment reinforces the fact that people will be held for 36 hours without seeing a magistrate, excluding, or a judge, excluding weekends and holidays, further affront to the liberty of individuals without ever getting a hearing before they've ever been found guilty. Would I press the red button and vote no?
Chair recognizes Representative Roy for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this amendment has nothing to do with that stuff that he just said, this is just a clerical correction, would I then just vote to pass the amendment so we could get to the bill?
The motion before us is the Roy Floor Amendment 0940H, printed. It's in your seat pockets, and this is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Elberger.
All members present have an opportunity to vote. House will tend to stay to the vote. 206 voting yea, 173 voting nay. The amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass as amended.
Roll call.
On House Bill 592, the chair recognizes Representative Scheer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You've heard a lot about bail. There's been a lot of discussion over the last many years. Let's not take a big leap by just completely gutting the bail reform statute. That doesn't accomplish what we want. As has always, in spite of what earlier members suggested, we have always been open on criminal justice to listening to what's going on and continuing to tweak the bail bill. Perfection is never attainable, and we always listen to what's going on. Number two, I hesitate to talk about the bleeping Manchester incident yet one more time, but that was a fight started by one person. He swung and hit another person, guy number 2, in the head, called him the N-word. And then the guy who was hit in the head said, "I got a knife, let's not do this." The guy number 1 says, "I got a knife too," even though he didn't have a knife. And so they come back together again. They tumble on the ground. Guy number 1 gets 9 stab wounds. Guy number 2 gets 2 stab wounds. The rule on the street is he who wins a fight gets charged. And that's all that's happened. Guy number 2 is now charged. He's going to get he's going to raise a self-defense claim, and it's a very strong self-defense claim. So however you vote on this, don't vote based on that Manchester incident. I gave you examples of how many different times the bail statute currently in place has been working. People are being held preventatively on a regular basis. Let's not open the floodgates, and have a lot more people held when the crime rate in Manchester has gone down 15%, where the number of property crimes and violent crimes has gone down from 18,000 to 13,000 since bail reform went into effect. It is working. The legislature has done an excellent job at slowly and carefully adjusting bail reform issues when they come up, and it's been done on a bipartisan basis. Let's continue with that and not take the opportunity to get rid of bail reform as this bill does. So I ask you to press the red button and vote no on the OTPA. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Roy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this isn't about who got stabbed or who got arrested and who let go. This is about policy. The bill last year was a good bill. It wasn't a Republican bill because we didn't have a Republican majority. So we compromised and we came up with a good bill. We don't have to compromise. It is now a Republican majority, and we're going to pass a Republican bail bill. We don't need to be ashamed of that. We're Republicans, and that's what we're going to do. So I hate to say it, but I have to, because someone famously said it, elections have consequences. Vote for green.
The motion before us. For what reason does a member rise?
To make a motion.
State your motion.
I move that we lay HB 592 on the table.
It is a correct motion. The motion before us is to lay House Bill 592
And I request a division vote, Mr.
on the
Speaker.
table. Representative Kutab has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is not sufficiently seconded. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. This will be a division vote. Yes, he is. Yeah, he is. Yeah. The motion before us is to table House Bill 592. This is going to be a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Scheer for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's been a while since I saw you all. Let's do what this legislature does.
It's a parliamentary.
I know, excuse me, I know that the right thing to do is to do what we as legislators do best, is think carefully about things and come to a consensus and come to compromise. So please press the green button and vote yes on the tabling motion.
Chair recognizes Representative Berry for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this is yet another attempt to protect the broken bail law that we have in our system, and if, Mr. Speaker, if I know that our system doesn't work, if I know that a veteran, an Army veteran, was killed on Friday in the morning while he was walking by a pond and he was stabbed to death 9 times by a person out on double PR bail who was on bail for trying to stab someone, and he fulfilled that promise, would I now put an end to the games, vote red so we can pass this bill?
House will be in order. The motion before us is to table House Bill 592. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay to the vote. 177 voting nay, 202 voting nay. The motion fails. Okay. Representative Granger has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? We're on the final vote. Ought to pass as amendment. It is not sufficiently seconded. So the motion before us is ought to pass as amended on House Bill 592. We don't have a... Okay, the division has been called. Members, take your seats. Okay, the motion before us ought to pass as amended. This is going to be a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Scheer for a parliamentary inquiry.
I will be uncharacteristically brief. If I know that this OTPA presents a bill that is both costly to counties and is anti-liberty in that many people will be jailed, some of whom will never, in spite of being found, not having been found guilty, will never be found guilty given the nature of the system, would I press the red button and vote no?
Chair recognizes Representative Rhodes for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that by passing this bill, we're going to go back to where we were before 2018, whenever we passed the disastrous bail reform bill, there was a national effort to fix something that was not broken in the first place in New Hampshire. And if I know that by passing this bill, we're going to do away with the magistrates that don't have the ability to hold beer hearings in the first place. And if I know that only the most egregious crimes are the people that are going to be held for up to 36 hours, whenever all the stars line perfectly, would I then press green?
The motion before us is ought to pass as amended on House Bill 592. It's a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Ames.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to stay to the vote. 204 voting yea, 175 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. And Representative Eric Johnson declared a conflict and recused himself from the vote, and this is going to finance.
Mr. Speaker.
For what? I don't know who was first. For what reason does a member rise?
Mr. Speaker, I would move to put the debate on House Bill 592 in the permanent journal.
Without objection. For what reason does a member rise?
Question for the chair. Mr. Speaker, on the last bill, there were 2 floor amendments, but myself and 2 of my seatmates could not find the floor amendments in our seat pockets.
They were stapled together in a packet. Several of the amendments were stapled together in the packet. And I've been promised it will not happen again.
The majority of the Committee on Education funding, to which was referred House Bill 115 FN, an act relative to universal eligibility for the Education Freedom Account program. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Rick Ladd for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative David Luno for the minority of the committee. The majority committee amendment is 0651H, printed in House Record 15 on pages 36 to 37. The question's on the adoption of the amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment's adopted. The bill's on second reading, and the House will be in order. The bill's on second reading and open to further amendment. Representative Luno offers floor amendment 0916H, which can be found in your seat pockets. Who? Representative Luno is recognized. Speaks to the amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This is a simple amendment and is directed to the income eligibility for the school voucher program. Unlike other public assistance programs with income qualifications, like Medicaid, like SNAP, and like the federal school lunch program to make sure kids are fed and ready to learn, the state school voucher program doesn't require annual income certification. So what this amendment does is apply an annual income certification to the program to make sure that every year, at the present level of about $110,000 a year for a family of 4, that the student's family is eligible for this public assistance program. It's that simple. And I hope we can all support this measure to make sure that families who receive this public assistance are in fact eligible. Of course, there's no more to do to make sure the money, of course, there's more to do to make sure the money is a good investment for taxpayers, such as making sure the money is spent on educational goods and services that lead to strong student outcomes, and making sure that taxpayer funds aren't being misappropriated like what's happening in other states with similar voucher programs. On Tuesday, towns across the state passed resolutions demanding accountability to the EFA program and urging legislatures not to expand the program any further. So there's more to do, but this is a good conservative first step. So I hope you'll support this common sense amendment, and we can get out ahead of the state auditor's report that is due out later this year. And I think taxpayers will want to know who's being responsible, because transparency is important to us. So I'd like to call for a roll call vote. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Representative McDonald is recognized to speak against the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Opponents have repeatedly filed legislation to dismantle the EFA program, and this amendment is no different. By replacing the entire bill, leaving the income gap in place, and requiring families to be recertified each year, this amendment forces children to switch schools simply because their parents' income fluctuates from year to year. Also, this 11th hour floor amendment was not presented to the committee for consideration, despite there being ample opportunities to do so. The only thing I agree with the previous speaker on is that I would also like a roll call vote. So please press the red button. Thank you.
Representatives Luno and McDonald request a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? That is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The question is on the adoption of floor amendment 0916H. This is a roll call vote. Representative Ames is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. If I know that this amendment requires continuing annual reconfirmation that each EFA recipient's income remains below the statutory income cap, and if I know that the current cap is adjusted each year to keep up with inflation, and that this adjustment will continue if this amendment is adopted, and if I know that that adjustment occurs through the adjustment in the annual setting of the poverty level in the country and in this region, and if I believe reserving public funded grants such as the EFA to those applicants with relatively low annual income is good public policy, and knowing all of this, would I not then push the green button to vote for this amendment? Thank you.
Representative McDonald is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, if I know that this amendment replaces the entire bill, this amendment has not been seen by the committee, and finally, Mr. Speaker, if I know that this amendment is a poison pill to the bill, would I now press the red button so that we could debate the underlying bill? Thank you.
The question is on the adoption of floor amendment 0916H. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 170 in the affirmative, 205 in the negative. The amendment fails. Bill is on second reading and open to yet further amendment. Representative Ames moves floor amendment 0922H, which can be found in your seat pockets, and is recognized to speak.
Okay, hello again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a simple amendment, easy to understand. It simply applies to the EFA program the budgetary restrictions and discipline of our standard appropriation and spending process. It requires that there must be appropriated and unobligated funds available for each EFA at the time of the determination and decision on an application for an EFA. So it renders the EFA process subject to the appropriation process, just as so many other parts of state government and our state system are also limited and subject to the budgetary discipline. So please press the green button when you get to calling of the vote. And I do, Mr. Speaker, request a roll call.
Representative Ladd recognized to speak against the amendment.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is ironic, sort of like catastrophic aid. If there's not enough money appropriated for catastrophic aid, go back to the Education Trust Fund and get the money necessary. But you can't do it for an EFA. That's what they're trying to say. They're trying to say if it's not appropriated, but you have children in your family are now going to come to kindergarten and brother and sister already in an EFA program, you're not going to get those children in the EFA program either, or the new student moving into town. This is just another roadblock, another effort to chip away at the EFA program, a program that has been extremely successful. I urge you to vote no on this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Ames requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? That is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The question is on the adoption of floor amendment 0922H, and this is a roll call vote. Representative Luno is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. If I know that on Tuesday, voters from all across the state voted affirmatively to urge the legislature not to expand this program, then would I press the green button to pass this amendment to at least set a cap on this wildly out of control spending of taxpayer money? Thank you.
Representative Ladd is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know this wildly exceptional program is very successful, and if I know this is the best fit for so many children that have been bullied, that are in schools where they're not receiving the academic challenge they deserve, would I then vote to oppose this amendment. Vote red.
The question is on the adoption of Amendment 0922H. This is roll call vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 171 in the affirmative, 205 in the negative. The amendment fails. Now on to the main motion of ought to pass as amended. Representative Clerk is recognized to speak against the committee report.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to ask this body to protect the EFA program by voting no on HB 115. For the current school year, the EFA program serves 5,321 students, helping families to low to moderate means provide an education to their children. Proponents call this program successful. Some even say wildly successful. The bill before us expands the program moderately this year and removes the income cap entirely next year. Significantly expanding the EFA program now, before its pending performance audit is complete, runs the risk of putting a negative spotlight on the program and harming its long-term solvency. While the concept of universal EFAs is popular nationally, the taxpayers we represent here in New Hampshire aren't so sure. The Granite State taxpayers, our longest-running taxpayer advocacy organization, opposed this bill, telling the Education Funding Committee that, quote, expanding an existing program at a time when a budget deficit looms and even human services face cuts is inappropriate, end quote. Putting aside disagreement over what the expansion in this bill will cost taxpayers, the majority report states this bill will cost $11 million in new money in the second year once the income cap is removed. We all know the spending and revenue crunch our state is under right now, and that there is no extra money available to expand the programs we support. In the Finance Committee, there's been talk of increasing fees to help balance the budget, and the governor's budget itself includes significant increases on developers. The governor's budget doubles fees on excavating and dredging, doubles fees on applications for shoreline terrain alterations, and even raises the fees on the registration of dams. We have choices to make. Wouldn't it be nice to pass a budget with no increased fees? Instead of spending $11 million helping people who are generally well off and able and already pay for the private education themselves, shouldn't we be holding the line on taxes and fees and working to keep costs down on the businesses we need to solve our housing crisis? Remember, we don't need this bill to expand the EFA program. The governor's budget expands EFAs in a revenue-neutral way, providing universal choices to students who public school is not working for. Let's not risk a good thing by spending money that we just do not have. Please join me in pressing the red button against the OTP. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative McDonald is recognized to speak in support of the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable colleagues, I look forward to the day when children will no longer be turned away from education because of their zip code or their family's inability to pay. By providing school choice to every New Hampshire family, House Bill 115FN guarantees children will never be turned away again. So I rise again today in support of the committee report. As a product of public schools, and even as a recent graduate of a public high school here in New Hampshire. But education should not be a one-size-fits-all approach, because one size does not fit all. Therefore, we should celebrate students' differences rather than erase them. Furthermore, this bill empowers students to excel and to exceed expectations by expanding education freedom accounts, EFAs, universally. First, the maximum eligible annual income would increase in fiscal year 2026, and better yet, be completely eliminated in all subsequent years. This change levels the playing field because means testing is not required for admission to public schools under current law. The same should be true for all educational pathways, including the EFA program, which, despite what we are often told, is not a voucher program. In addition to this blatant lie, we often hear 3 other misconceptions about EFA expansion. Number 1, EFAs can only be spent on private school tuition to the detriment of public schools. Wrong. Current EFA participants also learn online, in homeschool programs, and even in New Hampshire's public schools. Number 2, the EFA program lacks accountability. Wrong. The award-winning nonprofit who administers the program has made both an itemized list of expenditures and an audit report publicly available for anyone to review. Number 3, EFA expansion increases local property taxes. Wrong again. The EFA program is funded by the State Education Trust Fund and has already returned more than $266 million tax dollars to taxpayers. Finally, today, the other body is also considering so-called universal EFA expansion. However, the other body's bill merely exchanges the income limitations under current law for limitations on the total number of students. So their bill is a step backwards, and this bill is a step forwards. So please, join the resounding 84% of parents, the majority of the committee, and myself in supporting our youngest constituents via House Bill 115FN. Thank you, and Mr. Speaker, I request a roll call vote, please.
Roll call, Mr. Speaker.
The question is on the Majority Committee report about to pass as amended. Representative Luna requests a roll call, which looks like it's sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. Questions on the Majority Committee report about to pass as amended on House Bill 115. This is a roll call vote. Representative Damon is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, colleagues. If I know that providing universal education freedom accounts means paying for children of affluent families who are already in private schools at a cost of over $100 million per year, And if I know that the New Hampshire EFA program lacks outcome measures, but similar programs in other states have shown dismal outcomes, and if I know that this legislation fails to meet our basic obligation to fiscal responsibility for the taxpayers we all represent during a time of a looming budget crisis, would I now press the red button to defeat this extreme, expensive, irresponsible legislation? Thank you.
Representative Ladd recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. If I know New Hampshire's cost per pupil has dramatically increased, producing a perfect inverse correlation of plummeting educational scores, and if I know those parents seeking a better fit for their children deserve this opportunity to attend a school where they can achieve and accomplish their goals, if I know projected costs for the EFA program contained in HB 115 are much less than the exaggerated $100 million that have been incorrectly exaggerated by the opposition. And lastly, and perhaps more important for our public throughout this country, if I know HB 115 sends a clear message to the education consumer to shop around, competitive and successful educational choice options are now available in New Hampshire. Thank you. Yeah, and press that beautiful green button.
And remember, it's like Jeopardy, put it in the form of a question. The questions on the Majority Committee report about to pass as amended on House Bill 115. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 198 in the affirmative, 180 in the negative. The committee report is adopted. Representative Kutab declared a conflict and recused herself from the votes on this bill. House Bill 115 is referred to the Committee on Finance. For what reason does a member rise?
To make a motion?
I'm sorry?
To make a motion.
Yeah, go ahead.
I move that the debate on HB 115 be printed in the Permanent Journal.
Oh, I don't think there'll be any objection to that. Representative Alexander is recognized for a lunchtime announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Housing Committee will meet for a brief executive session in LOB 305 right now to exec our final three bills, 296, 410, and 457. See you there.
The House will be in recess until 1 p.m.
Chair recognizes Representative Lascelles. For what reason does the member rise?
To make a motion, Mr. Speaker.
State your motion.
Mr. Speaker, I've heard from numerous people who said that because of the floor amendment, they completely changed the bill. Heard from numerous people, including members of the leadership, that they needed more time to digest that floor amendment. So, Mr. Speaker, I move we take HB 159FN off the table.
The motion is to remove. Representative Katab has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is not sufficiently seconded. This will be a division vote. The motion before us is to remove House Bill 159 from the table. This is a division vote. The chair recognizes Representative Lascelles for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, colleagues. I know that everybody had a little bit of heartburn about having such a big floor amendment and didn't have time to digest it. So would you now press that big green button to take it off the table so that we can vote on the bill as a whole? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Osborne for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that I have yet to hear from anyone who changed their mind on this vote, and I know that it's laying on the table right now without a roll call vote, and I'd like it to just stay there, would I press the red button?
The motion before us is to remove House Bill 159 from the table. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will tend to stay the vote. 174 voting yea, 198 voting nay. House Bill 159 stays on the table. Recognize the clerk for messages.
Mr. Speaker, I have two messages from chairs pursuant to House Rule 47F. Chair Roy of Criminal Justice waives the second committee referral of House Bill 655. And from the Committee on Finance, pursuant to House Rule 47F, the Chair of Finance waives the referral of House Bill 451.
The majority of the Committee on Education Funding, to which was referred House Bill 319 FN, an act relative to the responsibility of local school districts to provide transportation and meals for pupils in kindergarten. Consider the same, report the same with the following amendment, and the recommendation the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Dan McGuire from the majority of the committee. Minority of the Committee on the minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, a report with the following resolution: resolved as inexpedient to legislate. Representative Hope Damon for the minority of the committee. The amendment is 0345H, printed in House Record 15, page 42. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass with amendment. The chair recognizes Representative Ritchie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In 2007, the New Hampshire legislature required school districts to offer at least part-time kindergarten. We passed this because we know that kindergarten is valuable to the cognitive, behavioral, and social development and reduces chances of special education services needed in later grades. All children need an equal opportunity to succeed. Because kindergarten is not mandatory, transportation for midday kindergarten is a barrier that, if not provided by the school district, can cause many children to forego attending kindergarten. Midday transportation is especially important for working families. If midday transportation is not provided, caregivers would have to leave their jobs to see to the safety of their children, or their child would not attend kindergarten. Those families that have to leave their job would put an undue strain on the finances of these families. We don't want to disadvantage any of our children. Excuse me, sorry. Please press the red button on OTPA. And Mr. Speaker, for the sake of transparency, I request a roll call. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Dan McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill simply removes a mandate that schools provide transportation to half-day kindergarten students. I'll just give you an example of why this is important. Suppose you had an elementary school that offers half-day kindergarten, and let's say it had a half a dozen bus routes. So a normal student in other grades does one loop of the bus every day, right? They go in on half of the loop and come back on the other half of the loop. But a half-day kindergarten student can take the bus in, if they're in the morning half, right? So they're in one of two classes, the morning class or the afternoon class. And if they're in the morning class, they can take the regular bus into school, no problem. If they're in the afternoon class, they can take the regular bus home, again, no problem. But but the problem comes for the morning students going home and the afternoon students coming in. Why? Because they're a tiny fraction of the whole school. And so either you're going to send 6 almost empty buses around on those 6 routes, but what usually happens is you get one bus, still mostly empty, and it has to go not just on each individual route, but it has to go all over the whole town, right? So the length of the ride for these midday kindergarten students is extremely long, right? And so these younger kids, it's uncomfortable and not appropriate to send them on these long rides. And so these kids are ones that need adult supervision for most of the day anyways, right? Because they're only in school half the day. So it's not too big of an ask to let the adult who's going to take care of these kids give them transportation for the middle of the day. So it's just an option for school districts. If school districts want to provide this transportation, they can. If they have a small district, they might very well do that. But for some of these districts with long bus routes, this is a little simple improvement and less of a mandate. So please press the green button. Thank you.
Representative Shea has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is ought to pass that is amended on House Bill 319. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Cretan for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that without school districts providing transportation for kindergarten students, many families will not be able to get the children to kindergarten, and if I know from my life's dedicated work that kindergarten attendance is one of the best predictors of success in school, would I now press the red button to oppose this unfair bill?
Chair recognizes Representative Ammon for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill removes an unfunded mandate that school districts must provide transportation for half-day kindergarten students traveling to or from school, and if I also know the midday transportation requirement may add approximately $75,000 to a school budget each year, including in my town, New Boston, to run a couple of partially filled buses, would I then leave policymaking regarding how children are best transported to and from school for half-day kindergarten to the local school board and community, and also press the green button? Thank you.
The motion before us, Majority Committee report of order passes amended in House Bill 319. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Farrington. Representative Baldwin.
Of all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to state of the vote. 204 voting yea, 171 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. The Majority Committee on Education and Funding, to which was referred House Bill 527 FN, an act replacing the statewide education property tax with a local revenue contribution. Consider the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that as an inexpedient to legislate Representative Daniel Popovici Mueller for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report the recommendation of the bill ought to pass. Representative Sally Fellows from the minority of the committee. The motion before us is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 527 FN. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. Committee on Education Funding, to which was referred House Bill 563 FN, an act relative to adequate education grant amounts for pupils receiving special education services. Consider the same, report the same with the following amendment. The recommendation of the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Rick Ladd for the committee. The amendment is 0650H, printed in House Record 15, pages 46 through 48. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. And it had also headed to finance. The majority of the Committee on Education Funding, to which was referred House Bill 646 FN Local, an act requiring school districts to establish an online application for participation in the free and reduced price meal program. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Rick Ladd for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following amendment. Recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Tony Weinstein for the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Weinstein.
Let's jump in the gun. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 646 is a crucial step in tackling food insecurity. As of September 2024, 39% of New Hampshire children were living in households that reported food insecurity. And we know that thousands of Granite State children eligible for free and reduced school meals are enrolled in the program. HB 646 ensures that more students will have access to free or reduced price meals by offering both online and physical application options. This addresses barriers such as language differences, transportation issues, and the stigma associated with paper forms. By simplifying and expanding the application process, more families can receive the support they need, and when they need it, ensuring children don't go hungry and enabling them to thrive in their learning environments. And I emphasize thrive because increased access to nutritious meals helps students focus, reduces absenteeism, and improves overall well-being and academic performance. By introducing an accessible and user-friendly online platform, HB 646 modernizes the meal application process, making it more efficient for both families and school administrators. This one-stop resource simplifies the system, reduces administrative burdens, and speeds up eligibility determinations, benefiting both applicants and school nutrition programs. The bill also provides administrative and technical assistance to school districts, ensuring all districts, regardless of size or budget, can implement the online application system effectively. This support helps maintain consistency, reduces paperwork, and enhances efficiency in processing applications. I urge my colleagues to vote against the ITL motion so that a motion of OTP with a fiscally responsible amendment can be considered. And I request a roll call vote.
Chair recognizes Representative Ladd.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As a school building principal for years and years, I can remember sitting down and receiving these applications back from students. Are you going to be taking advantage of the free and reduced program? Yes or no? And all that information would be filled out. And it's an important process, seeing that many of our programs within the adequacy funding formula, including even it reaches us over into the career technical education format, depend upon and utilize issues associated with poverty. However, this program right here that's being proposed today requires every district to have an online application as well as the paper process we currently use. In asking my school district, what are you using? They're saying, we're already using an online application process. We went ahead and developed it ourselves. And we're getting an increased number of students that are participating in the F&R program. So with that, there's a district that did it without another statutory requirement or unfunded requirement that comes down from on high. But secondly on this bill, it requires the Department of Education to hire people that are going to help with administrative and technical services. That comes up to, over the next biennium, FY 26 and 27, a couple $100,000, and it's probably a little bit more than that, seeing that it would be several people. But on top of that, we have to allocate another $1 million for the application, the software package, to make this occur from the state level. With school districts already having the opportunity to do this and doing it, then I see this bill as not necessary. Thank you very much, and I would press the green button.
Motion before us, Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 646. Representative Luno has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. Motion before us, the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 646. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Heath for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that just last week, this body voted to make it more difficult for 10,000 students to receive free and reduced meals, and I know that feeding students adequately reduces special education costs, and I know that passing this bill will allow those students and families to have a method to conveniently apply for those nutritious meals, would I now press the red button to overturn the ITL so that an OTP may be put forward? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Columbia for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know this bill requires school districts to establish an online application for participation in the free and reduced price meal program, and if I know some districts already have developed and implemented the online application without the need for legislation, and lastly, Mr. Speaker, if I know this program would require the department to provide technical and administrative assistance at the cost of $206,000 with an additional appropriation of $1 million for software for the upcoming biennium, would I then press the green button? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 646. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend to state of the vote. 209 voting yea, 165 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Majority Committee on Education Funding, to which was referred House Bill 675 FNA local, an act increasing the total revenue raised under the statewide education property tax, requiring municipalities to remit excess statewide education property tax payments to the Department of Revenue Administration, limiting the authority of school districts to make certain appropriations, and increasing base adequacy costs per pupil. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment, and the recommendation the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Dan McGuire from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee. Having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Hope Damon for the minority of the committee. The amendment is 0548H, printed in House Record 15, pages 61 through 62. For what reason does the member rise?
To make a motion.
State your motion.
I move that we lay HB 675 upon the table.
That is a proper motion. So the motion before us is to lay House Bill 675 on the table, and a division has been requested. Motion before us is to lay House Bill 675 on the table. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Germana for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this bill dictates to local school districts not just how much they can spend, but also the formula they must use, and if I support local control, and I believe that my colleagues in this body do too, would I then press the green button to lay the bill upon the table? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Osborne for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that, and we all know, that property taxes are out of control, if I know that this measure before us is probably the most important one that we have all year maybe to protect our taxpayers, would I now press the red button and not lay this on the table?
The motion before us is to lay House Bill 675 on the table. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend to state of the vote. 187 voting yea, 189 voting nay. The motion failed. We're back onto the question on the amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The division has been called. Members, take your seats. This is a clarification vote. All right, this vote is for clarification purposes. So if you're in favor of the amendment, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Bernardi.
If all members present have an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay to the vote. 204 voting yea, 173 voting nay. The amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass with amendment. The chair recognizes Representative Damon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 675 is one of the more significant, locally impactful bills of this legislative session. As amended, its sole purpose is to impose a state-mandated cap on school budgets based on the 5-year average of previously approved amounts, adjusted by enrollment percentage change and the Consumer Price Index. The amendment removed the SWEP provisions in the original bill. Along with completely overriding local school districts' control over their budgets, this legislation perpetuates the existing and very significant funding inequities between districts. Current spending per student, largely driven by the wide differences in property wealth, ranges from $17,000 to $44,000 per student per year. Imposing a state budget cap means that districts with less resources would continue to be locked into those limited budgets. Since the passage of SB 383 last year, districts already have a mechanism to vote locally to create a budget cap. That process aligns much more with our New Hampshire value on local control. And in fact, this week, not a single school budget cap passed on town meeting day. Local voters spoke. It is critical to recognize that when there is a significant increase in special education funding in a district with a budget cap, those student services will be provided as mandated by federal law, resulting in much reduced funds for the general education population. There is no predicting future special education costs, as simply having a child move into the district could have significant financial impact. All students deserve to have quality education fairly funded. What happens if the utility costs for a district, especially those with many facilities, rise in response to world events, tariffs, or weather events? Again, the district would be forced to cut funding for education services to cover basic operating costs. The proponents of this bill choose to believe that permitting a 2/3 majority vote to override the state-imposed budget cap is sufficient flexibility. But we all know the reality that 2/3 votes are very rarely successful. Clearly, the authors of this legislation intend it to have permanent impact. HB 675 is an arbitrary sledgehammer that attacks local control without any flexibility, reason, or fairness. It completely violates New Hampshire's longtime respect for local control by overriding school districts. HB 675 would cause irreparable harm to communities lacking property wealth. Please join me in defeating the OTPA so a better motion that respects our local voters and supports adequate education for all students, regardless of zip code, can be put forward. Press the red button. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Dan McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's perfectly natural to think that spending is correlated with quality. When you buy a shirt, if you spend more, you get a nicer shirt. You buy a car, you spend more, you get a nicer car. A house, everything. Most of life is like that. But strangely, this simply isn't true in New Hampshire schools. If you look at spending versus standardized test scores, there are schools that spend as little as $13,000 a child and others that spend as over $30,000 a child. But in both categories, there are schools that perform much better than average and schools that perform much worse than average. Now, all this data is kept by our Department of Education, but a good place to visualize this is, I'll give you a website. It's Georgetown University School of Public Policy has a website called edunomicslab.org, EDUNOMICS lab.org. If you go there and scroll down to scatter plots, and then select on New Hampshire, you'll see a graph that has a data point for every school in New Hampshire. And you can move your mouse over the data points and find your own school if you want. But basically, this graph in the horizontal axis is money, and the vertical axis is test scores. And it looks like a polka dot shirt, or a case of measles, or something like that. There is no correlation between spending and outcome, okay? But what we do know is that there's a huge correlation between spending and property taxes, right? Our taxpayers have been burdened with ever-rising school spending. Over the last 10 years, up 58%, when inflation is more like 30, 35, okay? And at the same time, enrollment has declined, and performance is stagnant to negative. Okay? So HB 675 pauses that spending growth to let taxpayers catch their breath. It only allows spending to rise if the student population is rising. So it doesn't cut anything, right? It just doesn't allow spending to increase unless student population increases. And even then, if a locality wants to spend more, they can override the cap with a 2/3 vote. Okay? So please press the green button to help your constituents by pausing rising property taxes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is Majority Committee report of ought to pass as amended. Representative Damon has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? If it is sufficiently seconded, this will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us, Majority Committee report of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 675. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Luno for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. If I know that all year long, voters from all across the state have resoundingly rejected local budget caps, and if I know that it's really time for this legislative body to listen to the voters, and they're out there watching, and they're going to hold us accountable, then wouldn't I now press the red button to defeat this terrible measure? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Osborne for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So if I know that property taxes are out of control, if I know that these property taxes are decided by local elections, and if I know that all year long, including just this week, that voter turnout in these local elections is only less than 15%. And if I know that when 7.5% of my neighbors all get together and decide to take my house, that is not local control, that is a tyranny of fringe special interests, would I now press the green button and protect our taxpayers?
The motion before us, the majority committee report of ought to pass as amended on House Bill. House will be in order on House Bill 675. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 190 voting nay, 185 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. And it's going to finance. Majority Committee on Education funding, to which was referred House Bill 703 FNA Local Act relative to prohibiting school districts from denying meals to students with unpaid meal balances and making an appropriation therefore. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Raymond Peoples for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following amendment. The recommendation bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Hope Damon from the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Damon. Representative Damon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask my colleagues to reach deeply for kindness and empathy, and please join me in defeating the ITL for HB 703. I hope that we all believe that every child deserves the opportunity to learn, to thrive, and that no child should go hungry during the school day. This bill prohibits schools from denying meals, serving alternative lesser meals, or stigmatizing students based on their meal payment status. It also would require school districts to accept voluntary donations to alleviate school meal debt, which addresses an issue that occurred last year in New Hampshire. An amendment that would make the bill budget neutral by removing the requirement for the Department of Education to pay for district school meal debt is ready for your attention. As such, HB 703 is then simply asking districts to have a clear policy that protects our students from being shamed for their economic status. 39% of New Hampshire children, over 1/3, live in households who have insufficient food access. Children living with food insecurity are twice as likely to receive special education services, twice as likely to repeat a grade, have increased hyperactivity and difficulty focusing, and are twice as likely to be suspended, which also interferes with learning. Children are not responsible for their poverty. Let me say that again. Children are not responsible for their poverty. Yet we know that when students are labeled for being poor, they often choose to go hungry rather than be seen getting a meal that stigmatizes them. using tokens, stickers, stamps, a published list of students with meal debt, alternative meals, prohibiting extracurricular or field trip participation, or requiring students to do chores to earn their meals are all ways that we call out children for poverty. My mom was a hardworking food service director, and I know most nutrition and kitchen school staff are compassionate, wonderful people. But sometimes policies are created that are not kind, wonderful, and fair to students. Access to the school meals program is strongly associated with improved education and health benefits, including less childhood obesity. It is associated with reduced absenteeism and tardiness and fewer behavioral issues. School meal programs have to balance offering foods that are appealing to today's children with providing nutritionally sound meals. Many items served in the school meal program are required by federal rules to meet nutrition standards that are much healthier than the same item you could purchase in the store or at a restaurant. You cannot tell the amount of nutrition provided by the name on a menu. The minority recognizes that it is essential to children's educational success to be fed adequately and routinely. Please join me in voting against the ITL so a better, kinder motion can be made for our kids. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Peoples.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill requires school districts with meal programs to adopt meal policies that do not deny or stigmatize students with unpaid meal balances. This bill further authorizes the school to complete the application for free meals, a right that should stay with the parent or guardian. By allowing meal debt to go unchecked and eliminating all forms of collection, puts a burden on the taxpayer to pick up the cost. School nutrition programs are vital to our students, and while we can all agree that no student should be denied a meal for any reason, we also can agree that it's unfair to dump that bad debt onto the taxpayer. This is an issue that's best handled at the local level, allowing local districts control over the policies that govern their school lunch programs. I would urge you to support the recommendation for ITL.
The motion before us, Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 703. Representative Luna has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. The motion before us, the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 703. It's a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Weinstein for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that there are students in New Hampshire schools who are stigmatized by poverty and are facing food insecurity, and if I know that those students shouldn't be subjected to meal shaming practices like denying meals, serving alternative meals, or stigmatizing students based on their meal payment status, and I know that this bill addresses that by simply asking school districts to adopt compassionate policies, then would I now press the red button to defeat the ITL motion so that a better motion can be made? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Ladd for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. If I know the amount of meal debt accrued at the local level is estimated by the department to be as much as $2.5 million annually, and if we all know that no child should be denied a meal for any reason, However, if I also know that by allowing meal debt to be unchecked and then requiring the Department of Education to pay the unpaid meal debt, it would unfairly shift the burden of debt responsibility onto local taxpayers. Would I then leave the management of local school meal programs to the local district and press the green button and ITL this bill?
The motion before us, Majority Committee Report of Inexpedient to Legislative House Bill 703. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to state of the vote. 202 voting yea, 173 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. For what reason does the member rise?
May I ask that the debate on House Bill 703 be placed in the permanent journal?
Without objection. The majority of the Committee on Education Funding, to which was referred House Bill 739 FN, Act relative to excess funds paid to municipalities for the use of school districts. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment. The recommendation bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Walter Spilsbury from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Sally Fellows for the minority of the committee. For what reason does a member rise?
For a motion?
State your motion.
I would like to have 739 be laid on the table.
That is a proper motion. The motion before us is to lay House Bill 739 on the table. Division has been requested. Members, take your seats. I know it. The motion before us is to lay House Bill 739 on the table. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Cordelli for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this is simply a redistribution of money scheme, and if I know that the last time that this donor town scheme was introduced, it led to a division, a bipartisan division across the state, and if I know that this will simply pit neighbor against neighbor once more, would I now press the green button?
Chair recognizes Representative Spilsbury for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that HB 739 resolves a constitutional issue that has been put in play by a Superior Court decision, and if I know that the Education Funding Committee has voted for 739 OTP 17-1, even though we know that it affects different communities differently. And finally, Mr. Speaker, if I know that the decision up or down needs to be made today so that the bill can move to finance and so that finance can determine how to use the $30 million that it would raise, would I now vote against the table motion?
The motion before us is to table House Bill 739. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to state of the vote. 150 voting aye, 223 voting nay. The motion fails. You want an amendment? The amendment is 0680H, printed in House Record 15, page 64. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Right now we're on to ought to pass with amendment, and the chair recognizes Representative Cordelli.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill actually should be titled the Pitting Against Neighbor Bill, because that is what this bill does. After all, it is a basic redistribution of tax dollars from one town to another, from one taxpayer to another. The bill proposes to do with taxpayer funds raised by the statewide education property tax, or SWEPT. If the town collects more than the state says that they have to collect, that is referred to as excess SWEPT, even though that term appears nowhere in current statute. This bill would require that excess amount that is over what the state requires towns to collect be sent to the state and have it redistributed to other towns around the state. Maybe we should expand that concept. Maybe we should let Manchester tax Bedford taxpayers. And if the amount of education adequacy grant increases, the list of donor towns will grow from the current 40. And why do these towns raise more money than the state says that they have to? The Department of Revenue Administration determines an equalized property value for towns and uses that to determine the amount owed by each town to raise the required SWEPT funds. And it is a uniform rate across the state as required by our Constitution. It happens that some towns have some properties that have more value than others, maybe around the lake. And let's look at the two of the three towns that I represent, because they're a good example. Considering there are 236 towns, let's take a look at the percentage of students qualifying for free and reduced lunch, because that's a commonly used measure of poverty. Tuftonboro, free and reduced percentage is 26.5%. Wolfboro is 25.5%. The state average is 14.5% as a measure of poverty. Let's look at the 2023 median income per household. For Wolfboro, it is $98,300. For Tuftonboro is $84,500. The state average is $95,600. Are my two towns wealthy? Clearly not. But let's take those taxpayer monies and distribute it to other towns. For those two towns currently, this would require $3 million to be sent from these towns to the state to be redistributed. And what do you think is going to happen to local property taxes and the people who are struggling to make ends meet? We talk about fairness. Does this sound fair? What do I tell Marilyn, a friend of mine who lives in an old trailer in a trailer park and has to rely on people to bring her groceries? What am I going to tell her when I have to say that some of her tax dollars is going to people in Grafton County? Or how about the families in town for whom my church spends over $10,000 a year to help them keep their heat on during the winter? What am I going to tell them? Please vote red to stop this excess swept caper and stop pitting neighbor against neighbor. And Mr. Speaker, I request a roll call vote.
Chair recognizes Representative Spilsbury.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Love it or hate it, the statewide education property tax is current law. As current law, it has to be administered in a way that's constitutional. It looks an awful lot like the local property tax to our taxpayers, but it is a state tax, and so it has to be apportioned with an equal rate across the state. When certain communities are allowed to keep the portion of the tax they've collected through SWEPT that exceeds the amount they're due from adequacy aid, they can defray other costs in the community. And I and the committee concurs with the judge that's decided that's not constitutional and the current law can't stand as it's written. So it is not the purpose to pit communities against other communities. I think we have to be matter of fact and recognize that when we impose any kind of a tax, we are not necessarily trying to have the monies that have been collected spent directly where they've been collected or in proportion to the distribution of collection. Look, for example, at the Meals and Rooms tax. The Meals and Rooms tax is shared across the communities regardless of which communities have more hotels, more restaurants, more hospitals, or whatever draws people into the community. We are not trying to match up community by community the amount collected and the amount sent there. That's the same proposition here. So if we're going to collect part of our taxes on the real estate through SWEPT, if that's the wisdom of this body, then we need to make it constitutional. Please support the motion of the committee.
The motion before us is the Majority Committee Report of Order passes amended in House Bill 739. Representative Cordelli has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us, Majority Committee Report of Order passes amended in House Bill 739. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative McFarland for a parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, if I know that education funding in New Hampshire is and should remain local, and if I know that forcing certain so-called donor towns, including 2 of the 10 towns in my district, Bridgewater and Hebron, to send their local education tax dollars to the state, will necessarily result in higher property taxes for those communities, hurting working families and seniors on fixed incomes in those towns. And if I know that should the Supreme Court uphold the Conval decision, the swept tax rate could increase so as to fund the 80% higher adequacy amount, and increasing thereby the number of donor towns in the state by over 3 times. And if I know that despite claims of fairness, this bill merely incentivizes those donor towns to spend their otherwise excess funds on local boondoggles that they can label educational, ensuring that despite the intent of the proponents of this bill, no real redistribution of wealth would actually occur in the long term, and that the bill would ultimately raise educational
Representative, this is a parliamentary inquiry, not a speech.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will wrap it up. And if I know that the bill would therefore raise educational spending in the donor towns and fail to provide meaningful tax relief to other communities, and if I know that New Hampshire voters have rejected state taxes in favor of local control, and this would create division between towns, would I now press the red button?
Chair recognizes Representative Spilsbury for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know you don't have to agree with the judge and all the rest of the Conval and the RAND to see the constitutional problem, and if I know you've already heard me twice tell you the reasons to support this bill, then would I now vote yes?
The motion before us is Majority Committee report of order passed as amended in House Bill 739. It's a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay to the vote. 246 voting yea, 128 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. And it's going to Ways and Means. For what reason does the member rise?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the remarks on House Bill 739 be put in the permanent journal.
Without objection. Committee on Education Funding, to which was referred House Bill 773 FN, an act relative to aid to school districts for the cost of special education. Consider the same, report the same with the following amendment. A recommendation bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Walter Spilsbury for the committee. The amendment is 0714H, printed in House Record 15, page 66. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. And it's going to finance. Majority of the Committee on Education Policy and Administration, to which was referred House Bill 667 FN, an act relative to health education and requiring the viewing of certain videos demonstrating gestational development from embryo to fetus through birth by public school students and college or university students. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and a recommendation the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Glenn Cordelli for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, unanimously agree with the majority, report with the following resolution. Resolve it as inexpedient to legislate. Representative Stephen Woodcock from the minority of the committee. The amendment is 0615H, printed in House Record 15, page 61. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass with amendment. The chair recognizes Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 667 amends the current New Hampshire educational health curriculum to require the viewing of fetal development in an animated video and provide instruction about adoption. Currently, the New Hampshire Department of Education provides the standards and assessments for each curriculum area taught in public schools, including health education. And according to our current RSA 189, the topics include physiology, hygiene, health, interpersonal relationships, wellness related to the effects of alcohol and other drugs, prevention of sexual violence, child abuse, HIV/AIDS, and sexually transmitted diseases. Additionally, the New Hampshire new DOE 306 health curriculum standards identify sexual behavior and pregnancy prevention, including abstinence. Instruction in adoption is not required. It has nothing to do with student health and wellness, nor does it prescribe any specific video, handout, book, or other reference material. DOE of New Hampshire has an overreaching philosophy of human sexuality education, and I quote it from the state. Growth and development are dynamic, nurturing processes with physical, mental, emotional, and social aspects. Personal and family relationships and influences are central to the attitudes and decisions about sexual behavior. Unprotected sex can lead to unintended pregnancies and sexually transmitted diseases, STDs, including HIV and AIDS. Abstinence is the most effective method of preventing pregnancy and STDs. Different methods of contraception have varying effectiveness in preventing pregnancy and STDs. That is the overarching principle from the state of New Hampshire curriculum on the website. Nowhere in any of the state's human sexuality guidelines, recommendations, topics to be covered, or assessments does the state identify a specific text, video, animation, or method of assessment. Why? Because that's left up to each local community and their school board. The school's application of the human sexuality instruction is no different than any other academic subject. The state sets the guidelines, and the local community and school board determine the specific instruction of the curriculum area. So, how many sitting in this room have ever seen a bill come forward to this floor, requiring which masterpiece should be read in English? Or which Shakespearean work should be included as the part of the high school curriculum? Or what about required the reading of our fellow New Englanders, The Road Not Taken? Well, living in New Hampshire, I think at least John Greenleaf Whittier's Snowbound should be required. My point is this. We, the members of this legislature, should not be dictating the specific pieces of local community school curriculum. Let me provide a little bit of context and background for my comments today in full disclosure. You need to know that I taught high school human sexuality portion of the high curriculum for 4 years. In the school system where I was department chair, the faculty had the option to opt out, and they all did. Nobody wanted to teach it. So that portion of the health curriculum fell to the department chair, which was me. I was fortunate to have had the academic training, evidence-based information, and the skill to dialogue about this very difficult area with our students. Sexuality education does not have to be one-sided, dirty, vague, gory, or stimulating, nor should it provide the personal philosophy of the teacher. In essence, it's a pretty simple, biologically based, data-driven subject. enhanced with discussion about safety, transmitted diseases, personal responsibility, as well as the sensitivity of the teacher to the realities of dating, sexual activity at the high school level, and current data on sexual violence and trauma involving high school students. Honestly, today's bill 667 is the issue, but fundamentally not because of local control, but rather because individuals are attempting to interject their personal positions of pro-life or pro-choice through the school curriculum requirements. Let me be clear. High school students are required to take health education for the basically one short course over 4 years, half a year. Sexuality education is just one brief portion of it. So please, allow local school boards who have hired professionally trained instructors, those that understand the issues of high school population, to do the teaching and selection of materials that best fit their community. It's not our place. DOE has provided the guidance. Let your town school board do the job your local people voted for them to do, and let us do our job. Please vote no, push the red button so an ITL motion can be brought forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I request a division vote.
Chair recognizes Representative Cordelli.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I almost thought that the previous speaker was giving part of my speech. This amended bill is very simple and updates the current RSA on health education. It starts by saying that curriculum should be age appropriate and medically accurate. How controversial is that? The amendment then repeats what is in our state health standards and Department of Education administrative rules, specifically calling for abstinence and healthy relationships. That's in the amended bill, okay? It does mention adoption. As someone who was adopted and who picked out my sister from an orphanage, abortion is important to me. And I'll point out that if you do a search on the CDC website for abortion, it says, see also adoption. The amended bill includes that sexuality education include growth and development of vital organs in a developing baby. Isn't that somewhat important? It does not, I repeat, does not require any specific video to be shown. I was talking to a former presidential candidate a couple of weeks ago who's a friend, and he mentioned that he just had a grandson born at 23 weeks old, weighing 1 pound. What is the status of the baby's organs, vital organs, at 23 weeks? Wouldn't that be interesting to look at? And when does this baby start moving around the womb? Or maybe I could just ask one of the moms in the room. The opponents of this bill raised the objection about local control and that curriculum is a local responsibility. But as the previous speaker said, the current statute says the school board shall ensure that health education, physical education include exercise, wellness, etc. It says the curriculum shall. This RSA is about specifying what should be taught in school and is a reasonable and necessary provision and common sense. Please support the committee majority and press the green button.
For what reason does the member rise?
To make a motion.
State your motion.
I move that we lay HB 667 upon the table.
It is a proper motion. The motion before us is to table 667. A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is to lay House Bill 667 on the table. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Germana for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that current standards in this area suffice, and if I know that we have a very long afternoon of work that we still have to get to, would I press the green button to lay HB 667 on the table? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Cordelli for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you. If I agree that we have a long afternoon ahead of us, but if I also know that we've already heard the arguments on this bill and all we have to do is vote on it, would I press the red button so we can get on with it?
The motion before us is to lay House Bill 667 on the table. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Boschman.
All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend the state of the vote. 180 voting yea, 188 voting nay. The motion fails. Now we're back to the original motion of ought to pass as amended. This is a division, right? Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. A division was called before I put the hammer down. I didn't hear it. This will be a division vote for clarification purposes. We're not doing PIs. The motion before us is ought to pass as amended. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representatives Power and McDonald. Representative McDonald.
All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend the state of the vote. 189 voting yea, 180 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. And it is going to finance.
the majority of the Committee on Election Law, to which was referred House Bill 365 FN, an act relative to proof of United States citizenship for indigent voters. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Ross Berry for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Connie Lane for the minority of the committee. Representative Lane is recognized to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And good afternoon. We're up to EL. I suspect well, let me back up. This bill offers the use of databases by clerks and the Secretary of State to provide the citizenship documents that are now required for you to register to vote. It also provides assistance to indigent registrants willing to sign an affidavit that they are indigent. So I suspect that most of you on the speaker's right-hand side are about to tune me out, but I ask that you at least give me the courtesy of listening to why I urge you to vote against this bill, because it is not ready, to use the cliche, it is not ready for prime time. Yes, I disagree with the policy, but I also disagree that we should pass a bill with this many flaws. First, the majority of the Election Law Committee voted to pass this bill even though no one spoke in support of the bill. Neither sponsor nor anyone on their behalf explained to the committee why this bill is necessary, or if the solutions offered in the bill are feasible, or if they even exist. The Secretary of State testified that he knows of no federal database or another state's database that is available to his office or to a clerk's office to help New Hampshire citizens obtain evidence of citizenship. He does, however, have access to the New Hampshire Division of Vital Records, so he can obtain a birth certificate for those who are born or were born in New Hampshire. So consequently, this bill will at most help maybe 1/3 of those registered voters who were born in New Hampshire. So what about the rest of the 2/3 of us that were not born in New Hampshire? What does this bill give us? Nothing. It does not offer you anything. You have to have been born in New Hampshire and not have changed your name, so that eliminates most women, in order for this bill to work for you. And if you are one of those lucky 1/3 that was born in the Granite State and you can't afford to pay for the birth certificate, this bill will help you. But it will only help you if you sign a sworn affidavit that you are indigent. Again, that term is not even defined in the bill. And the Secretary of State acknowledged that he did not know how that would be defined and how that would work. He also was not sure how the voucher system that was set up to repay the towns and cities envisioned by the bill will work. So leaving indigent undefined in the bill is a glaring omission that makes the bill unworkable. All of this aside, it's offensive that we are asking New Hampshire citizens to prove that they are so poor that they cannot exercise their most important right, the right to vote. Stop for a minute and think how demeaning and humiliating it would be for you to stand in front of your local clerk and admit that you're so poor that you need to get money, a voucher, to get a copy of your birth certificate so that you can go vote. Why would we do that to anyone? We have the copies of those birth certificates in the government database. The taxpayers have already paid for them. Why don't we just offer them to anybody who walks in and says, I was born in New Hampshire, I'd like to have a copy of my birth certificate, and give it to them. So that way they have it in an easy way. Now that only solves it for that 1/3, but at least those 1/3 will be able to vote. I have one more reason for you not to vote for the bill. The Secretary of State, in his testimony, said that it was not just indigent people who needed help with obtaining citizenship documentation, and asked that those people be considered as well when the bill was discussed in the committee. Well, there was no such discussion. No response was made by the sponsors to amend the deficiencies identified in the public hearing. So without addressing these deficiencies, the bill is most likely unconstitutional and violates the federal and state ADA requirements. We already have one lawsuit challenging last year's HB 1569, and this one will just be rolled into that lawsuit. New Hampshire spent $3 million on the SB3 lawsuit, and it will probably spend at least that much defending this bill and HB 1569. I know that I do not look forward to trying to explain to my constituents that we are spending $3 million on attorney's fees rather than lowering their property taxes or supporting their schools. To summarize, this bill is not ready to be passed for 6 reasons. There's no public hearing testimony supporting the bill, even from the sponsors or others supporting the bill. The online support was 57. 472 people opposed it. I do not think that I have ever voted for a bill in this chamber where there was no supporting testimony provided by the sponsors of a bill or others speaking on their behalf. The databases offered as solutions in this bill do not exist for over 2/3 of New Hampshire voters. The database solution offered in this bill was actually rejected by us last year. The bill insults and demeans New Hampshire voters who are unfortunate enough to be considered indigent once we decide what that means. Since New Hampshire birth certificates are already available at the Secretary of State's office through their archives, just provide them to anybody who wants to register, and that way we can avoid the stigmatization of having people declaring themselves indigent. The bill does not define 2 critical terms that are needed to make it work. One is reasonable evidence, and the other is indigent. Without these definitions, the bill is seriously flawed. The bill does not address the comments raised by the Secretary of State about who else needs help with documentation or other comments raised in the public testimony. This leaves the bill ripe for litigation. So even if I agreed with the policy behind this bill, I would not vote for it for all the reasons that I've explained to you. The bill is flawed. If you are going to pass a bill, make sure that it can withstand litigation and make sure that it offers real solutions. This bill does neither. I ask that you please vote against the OTP motion, and I ask for a division vote.
Representative Berry is recognized to speak in support of the committee report.
Thank you, and I believe I'm one of the sponsors, so I guess to address the minority's concerns, here I am testifying about why we should pass this. When we passed our historic election law bill last year, where we said, no, in New Hampshire, you're going to prove how old you are, where you live, who you are, and that you're a U.S. citizen, we knew that we were going to have to follow it up. The minority made the complaint at the time that, hey, people aren't going to be able to get these citizenship documents. They're not going to be able to afford them. Here you go. Here's your solution. This bill allows people who declare themselves to be indigent to get the documents that we say they need to vote. So if you want more people to vote, this is it. I ask that the body vote green.
Questions on the majority committee report about to pass on House Bill 365. Division vote's been requested. It'll be a division vote. Members, take your seats. The questions on the Majority Committee report about to pass on House Bill 365, and this is a division vote. Representative Lane is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know there was no testimony supporting the bill, even from the sponsors, and if I know the databases offered as solutions in this bill do not exist for over 2/3 of New Hampshire voters, so in other words, it's an illusory solution. The New Hampshire birth certificates are available to the SOS, so providing them to all New Hampshire residents, we could avoid the stigma and not have to humiliate people and try and learn how to define indigent. And if I know the bill does not define two critical terms, and if I know the fact that the bill does not address the comments that were raised by the Secretary of State and others are addressed in the bill, then I would push the red, push, whatever you want to call it, the red button to oppose the OTP motion so that another motion can be made. Thank you.
Representative Berry is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill will make it easier for people to vote while protecting our much-needed proof of citizenship requirement, would I now press the green button?
The questions on the Majority Committee report about to pass on House Bill 365. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Bay.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 200 in the affirmative, 169 in the negative. The report is adopted. House Bill 365 is referred to the Committee on Finance. The majority of the Committee on Election Law, to which was referred House Bill 521 FN, an act authorizing online voter registration, having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative James Guzowski for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Connie Lane for the minority of the committee. Representative Muir is recognized to speak against the committee report.
Mr. Speaker, this bill would allow citizens of New Hampshire to register to vote online. That's something that every citizen under 40 expects to be able to do because they do everything online. The bill would allow citizens to fill out a voter registration form and to submit necessary documentation using an online portal. That documentation and those forms would be verified by clerks just as they are now. The only acceptable identification for online registrants would be a New Hampshire-issued driver's license or non-driver's ID. This would make registering to vote secure, efficient, and easy. 42 states in the United States of America, 42 states currently allow citizens to register to vote online. Among those 42 are a great number of what are called red states and blue states. To be more specific, a red state is one where the Republican Party has a trifecta, controls a majority in the House, the state Senate, and controls the governorship. A blue state where the Democrats control all three things. There are 12 Democratic trifecta states that allow citizens to register to vote online. There are 15 Republican trifecta states that allow citizens to register to vote online. So this is not the pet idea of one party. This is not an idea that benefits one party at the expense of another. This is just a good idea. The New Hampshire Secretary of State said implementation of a voter portal would not change the current process of how a voter registers to vote. The Secretary of State continued to say that online voter registration, quote, is streamlined and will improve the process, will cut down the time at the polling place, and improve data collection by the supervisors of the checklist. This bill passed this body last year. It made sense then. It makes sense now. It makes sense in blue states. It makes sense in red states. It just makes sense. So I beg my colleagues to vote against this ITAL motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Berry is recognized to speak in support of the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is online voter registration. What could go wrong? And the website, it costs $2.5 million. So no thank you. This trifecta Republican state will be voting no today.
The questions on the majority committee report of inexpedient to legislate and a division's been requested. Who requested the roll call? Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. Questions on the majority committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 521. Representative Lane is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this bill streamlines our registration process, making it easier for people to register, which is a good thing, and if I know the supervisor of the checklist will still make the decision of whether to register the online applicant, and if I know that 42 states have online registration without security concerns, and if I know that this House and the chamber on the other side of the wall both passed online registration last year, but we could not agree at the last minute on the details, then would I press the red button to oppose the ITL motion so a different motion can be made? Thank you. And we ask for a division vote, please.
Representative Berry is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this is online voter registration and what could go wrong, and Mr. Speaker, if I know this is a $2.5 million website, would I now press the red button to defeat this, the green button to defeat this legislation? Green, 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 green.
That's why we ask. The questions on the majority committee report of inexpedient to legislate on 521, and this is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 202 in the affirmative, 169 in negative. The motion is adopted. Before I read the next bill in, every session day somebody will grab me in the hall and say, "How late are we going to go today?" And my answer is always the same: "I don't know. How long are you going to talk?" You ultimately have control over that, and I'm only bringing it up because that is a big pile of bills to be looking at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So you can help your colleagues out if you can try to find a way to encourage brevity for the rest of the day, but that's a lot of bills. Chair recognizes the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a letter dated today and from the chair of the Committee on Finance. Mr. Speaker, I hereby waive the second committee referral pursuant to House Rule 47F of House Bill 667 and House Bill 739.
The majority of the Committee on Election Law, to which was referred House Bill 714 FN, an act creating a single primary ballot. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate Representative Clayton Wood for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Russell Muirhead for the minority of the committee. Representative Muirhead is recognized to speak. For what reason does a member rise?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, to make a motion.
State your motion.
I'd like to move to table House Bill 714.
Representative Berry moves to lay House Bill 714 on the table. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. All right, then. A valiant effort. House Bill 714 is laid on the table. That's how you do it. The majority of the Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, to which was referred House Bill 52, an act relative to legal holidays. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Heath Howard for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Erica Leon for the minority of the committee. Representative Berry is recognized to speak against the committee report. Representative Berry. Going once. Going twice. Representative Leon will pinch hit.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At first look, this bill seems like a great idea. Who doesn't want a holiday for elections? The only problem is we are giving a state holiday to all state employees at the local level, the state level, school level, except for essential employees. I've spoken with clerks of cities who are paying overtime plus extra time for the extra hours worked for people in their cities when they are working in the elections. This is a significant cost to local taxpayers, also that people can have the day off to drive greater turnout. The question is, how much will this drive turnout? We saw just this week that turnout at local elections is quite low, but those who are involved in the local government process are those who do show up already. How many people are going to see a real difference other than in their property tax bill for some extra hours? The fact that we have a holiday for the primaries for general election, presidential primary, and for the general election. This is going to be expensive. This isn't really going to help much out. And this is really not a good idea because We need to make sure that people are doing their jobs. We're not giving extra holidays, and New Hampshire does a great job getting out the vote. So let's vote against the ought to pass motion and press the red button.
Representative Howard is recognized to speak for the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are 12 state holidays listed in RSAs. Non-essential state offices close on all of those days except one, Election Day. Please tell me why we have a day to celebrate the birth of our republic, Independence Day, a day to celebrate those who fought to protect our republic, Memorial Day, or Veterans Day, a day to honor those who have died for our republic, Memorial Day, a day to celebrate the birthday of notable presidents who served our republic, President's Day, and even a day to honor the discovery of the continent that would become our home, the home of our republic, Columbus Day. But not a day to allow our citizens to actually participate in the republic. The business of voting, which makes a republic a republic. I have heard complaints that, well, maybe having a holiday will cost too much. But since hourly employees will not even be working that day, and all salary employees won't be getting paid more at all, at most, we will be losing a little productivity on that day. A day that isn't very productive anyway, since half of the employees come in late, take long lunches, or even leave early to go vote. The cost is negligible. In fact, the bill didn't even have a fiscal note. I would say it's basically the cost of a snow day, except since guns are allowed at polling places, and most polling places are schools, it turns out, the biggest closure that happens on a state holiday, the schools are already closing. So this is a negligible cost, or perhaps even a savings, in fact. If most people get the day off, they no longer need childcare to take care of their kids who are already having the day off, and instead can bring their kids to the polls and teach them about their civic duty. I also heard people making the argument that this treats private employees and public employees different. Of course we do. Nowhere in law do we tell businesses that they have to close. If you work at a gas station and your boss says that you have to work on Christmas, you work on Christmas. I remember about 5 years ago when we forcibly closed businesses, it wasn't good. We don't close private businesses for any of our holidays, and so this bill does not close private businesses either. It does allow up for 3 hours of unpaid time off for private employees who work during polling hours and request to go vote, because everyone should have a chance to have their voice heard in our republic. Our founders intended for us to have the opportunity to vote. They set it on a Tuesday specifically because they deemed that day to be the most accessible to the people, who at the time were a farming society and went to church on Sundays. Tuesdays don't work for us anymore, and while we can't change federal law, we can give Granite Staters the best chance to go and vote in our state. I imagine a state that looks at this date on their calendar and starts thinking about the issues and where they stand and researching candidates, planning barbecues and debates and parties, and really truly celebrate the public engagement and right to vote. I never met a citizen of this state against a holiday, but this holiday is a no-brainer. Election Day is integral to our republic. Everyone should embrace the ability to vote, and if we have any holiday, any state holiday as a holiday that we get off, it should be this one. Thank you.
Does the member yield for a question?
No, I do not.
Questions on the Majority Committee report about to pass on House Bill 52 in a division has been requested. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. Questions on the Majority Committee report about to pass on House Bill 52. Representative Leon is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that I love holidays, but if I know that this bill is a solution in search of a problem, would I then press the red button?
Representative Wheeler is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, would you believe that our republic is worth the cost of a single snow day every 2 years so that all the people in our state could come out to vote? And Mr. Speaker, would you believe that the President of the United States has come out and signaled support for making Election Day a holiday because it secures our elections? And Mr. Speaker, would you believe that I enjoy giving a parliamentary inquiry even though I was told to do it one bill beforehand? Then would I then vote with the committee to pass this legislation and move forward? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the Majority Committee report about to pass on House Bill 52. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 166 in the affirmative, 205 in the negative. The motion fails. Representative Leon moves inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 52. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. 205 to 166, and the motion's adopted. The majority of the Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, which is referred to House Bill 536 FN, an act relative to a cost of living adjustment in the state retirement system. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Jackie Grota for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Erica Leon for the minority of the committee. Representative Slotky is recognized to speak against the committee report. For what reason does the member rise?
For a motion, sir.
State your motion.
Move to lay 536 on the table.
Representative Osborne moves to lay House Bill 536 on the table. Are you ready for the question? A division's been requested. Or a roll call. Who requested the roll call? Who? Nobody? Who requested the roll call? Granger requests the roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? Doesn't look like it. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. This is a division vote. I see people in the anteroom not moving. If they don't move soon, they don't get to come in. The motion is to lay House Bill 536 on the table. Representative Leon's recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this bill would give a $750 credit that would go on basically a credit card and be on people's property tax bills for 20 years, and if I know that that means that the right thing for this bill is to lay it on the table, would I then press the green button?
Representative Grote is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that we don't know what the cost of this because it hasn't reached finance, and that this is simply a policy decision, and we are deciding to send it to finance where it belongs, would I vote no on the tabling motion? Thank you.
The question is whether to lay House Bill 536 on the table. It's a division vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 185 in the affirmative, 177 in the negative. The motion is adopted. Representatives Sytek, Mahegan, Dennis Mannion, Grant, and Harrington declared conflicts of interest and recused themselves from the vote. The majority of the Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, in which was referred House Bill 570 FN, an act relative to membership of the Prescription Drug Affordability Board and the definition of public payer for purposes of board administration. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendments and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Eric Leon for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Jackie Grota for the minority of the committee. The amendment is 0190H, printed in House Record 15 on page 48. Questions on the adoption of the amendment? For what reason does a member rise?
To make a motion, Mr. Speaker?
State your motion.
I'd like to lay House Bill 570 on the table.
Representative Grota moves to lay House Bill 570 on the table.
And I ask for a division vote.
This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. Who was that? Representative Osborne requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? For sure. This will be a roll call vote. Members, keep taking your seats. Good? The question is whether to lay House Bill 570 on the table. Representative Woods is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that for the past several years, prescription drugs have continued to become more unaffordable while pharmacy benefit managers, PBMs, sustain healthy profits. If I know the Prescription Drug Affordability Board's 2024 annual report was written to educate buyers of prescription drugs on how the prescription drug market is genuinely not a free market, if I know the board identified over $6 million in potential savings in the 2024 annual report. If I know the board is currently reviewing in Connecticut a prescription drug discount card which does not incur any cost to the state and which has shown over $200 savings on some prescriptions and has saved citizens of Connecticut over $1.2 million in 12 months. And finally, if I know the origin of the current House Bill 117 to bring greater competition to the biosimilars to lower costs was a presentation to the Prescription Drug Affordability Board, and that this board is critical to finding more such solutions, would I then now vote to support the motion to table HB 570 by pushing that glowing green, growing spring-like green button?
Representative Edwards is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I knew that this vote was really the first salvo in a very long, protracted budget debate that's going to be coming up in 4 short weeks, if I knew that the governor had over $500 million of revenue that the House does not have to work with, if I knew that we needed to have heavy prioritization on activities that do not provide a rate of return on our investment, would I then vote red so that we don't table this bill and have a full debate on the underlying bill so that we can do the fiscally responsible thing in this situation and get to the underlying amendment? Vote red.
The question is whether to lay House Bill 570 on the table. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 167 in the affirmative, 207. The motion fails. We are back to the amendment 0190H, printed in House Record 14 on page 48. You ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the amendment's adopted. Now on to the main motion of ought to pass as amended. Representative Grote is recognized to speak against the committee report.
I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, I was distracted. So am I speaking? You're inviting me to the well to speak, yes?
You are recognized to speak against the committee report.
Yes, thank you.
Yep.
So the bill as amended repeals the performance drug, I wish I could have one right now, the Prescription Drug Affordability Board. And I think that this needs to be considered and have a bigger conversation. It's not something that you should just easily fritter away and eliminate. And so I hope that you'll vote against the ought to pass motion. Thank you.
Representative Edwards is recognized to speak for the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I mentioned a moment ago, this is really the opening test case in how we're going to be handling the budget in this coming 4 weeks. We have an example of a board that's been in effect for 4 years. It's published 4 reports. There's not a single actionable thing that they've said in these annual reports for the 4 years that justifies the money that we've been putting in them. They have come up with some suggestions that have not been coordinated, and I've spent the last 5 months working with the chair of the board to turn what may be really good ideas into actionable business cases, and my offer has not been taken up. So I'm left to believe that we don't have any actionable business case to justify the money that we're spending on the Prescription Drug Affordability Board. This has been a 4-year effort. It's unfortunate because I love the concept of the board. I'm a board member. But I'm looking at Glencliff, New Hampshire Hospital, SYDC, the vet home, DD, nursing homes. And like I said, we are $500 million short in revenue from the governor. If we can't cut a small little program like this that is producing nothing yet after 4 years, we cannot get to where we need to be to close out this budget. So I'm going to ask you to vote green and pass this bill as amended.
Questions on the Majority Committee report about to pass as amended on House Bill 570. Division has been requested. Members take your seats. Questions on the Majority Committee report about to pass as amended on House Bill 570. Representative Grote is recognized for parliamentary inquiry. Hi. Clerk is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the PDAB has a budget line item of $250,000 a year, and that we heard yesterday in the Finance Committee that there's potential savings of well over $6 million and more coming if we just let them follow through with what they're working on. And if I know that the high cost of prescription drugs is the #1 issue for many of our senior citizens who've reached out to us this week, would I press the red button to vote down the ought to pass motion?
Representative Carol McGuire is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this well-intentioned program has spent a modest amount of money and produced absolutely nothing, if I know that this commission has been identified by our Commission on Redundancy as producing only data that is redundant to other data produced by other departments, and if I know that we're trying to eliminate that, and if I know that we will continue to spend money to produce nothing if we do not kill this bill, if we do not pass this bill, please press the green button.
The questions on the Majority Committee report about to pass as amended on House Bill 570. As a division vote, if you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Of all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to the state of the vote. 205 in the affirmative, 168 in the negative. The report is adopted. The chair recognizes the clerk. House Bill 570 is referred to the Committee on Finance. Now the chair recognizes the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the chairman of Finance was over-exuberant in his waiver of a second committee bill that was not sent to him. However, House Bill 739, which was sent to the Committee on Ways and Means, is hereby waived pursuant to House Rule 47F, as is House Bill 499.
The Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, which was referred House Bill 581FN, establishing a state retirement plan group for new state employee members of the retirement system, comes to us without recommendation. Representative Dan McGuire moves ought to pass and offers Amendment 0502H. For what reason does the member rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Knowing that this has no future in finance, I move to lay HB 581 on the table.
Representative Osborne moves to lay House Bill 581 on the table. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. All right then. House Bill 581 is laid on the table. The majority of the Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, to which was referred House Bill 637FN, an act relative to the reduction in the calculation of state retirement annuities at age 65 for Group 1 retirement system members. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Erica Leon for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Heath Howard for the minority of the committee. For what reason does a member rise?
I make a motion to table this bill.
Motion is to table House Bill 637. Are you ready for the question? Division. Thought so. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. You're the PI? Questions whether to lay House Bill 637 on the table, and Representative Leon's recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know this bill came to us with the intention of fixing an oversight in a previous bill that started in the other chamber and then went into the budget and was approved by this body. But if I know in the first time that was heard in January, and then when it was heard in a second committee, and then when it was added to the budget, it was made very clear that anybody who retired before that budget went into effect would not get the extra bump up in retirement pay based upon the Social Security full retirement age. And if therefore I know that this was a conscious choice when this happened, and while unfortunate, we don't even know the financial implications of how large this cost would be, and it is not funded, would I then press the green button to put this on the table?
Representative Howard's recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that 2,700 employees were left out during last biennium's change, and if I know that in 1988 the retirement system was unlinked from Social Security, and if I know that these retirees will see a reduction in how much they receive for 2 years from age 65 to when they receive Social Security at age 67, then I would press the red button so that we can discuss this bill further. Thank you.
The question is whether to lay House Bill 637 on the table, and this is a division vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 229 in the affirmative, 136 in the negative, 637 is laid on the table. No debate. The Committee on Health, Human Services, and Elderly Affairs, to which is referred House Bill 645 FN, an act relative to data collection and reporting requirements of the Prescription Drug Affordability Board. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Jim Kofalt for the committee. For what reason does the member rise?
Mr. Speaker, having already passed HB 570, leaving HB 645 unnecessary, I move to lay HB 645 on the table.
Representative Osborne moves to lay House Bill 645 on the table. You ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. No. Yeah. Pretty sure the ayes have it, and 645 is laid on this. Committee on Housing, to which is referred House Bill 572 FN, an act establishing the Partners in Housing Program, a low-interest loan and grant program under the Housing Champions Fund to assist municipalities, counties, and developers in building workforce housing. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative David Page for the committee. The amendment is 0560H, printed in House Record 15 on pages 48 to 50. Questions on the adoption of the amendment? You ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment's adopted. Question now is on the main motion of ought to pass with amendment. Be ready for the question. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the report is adopted. House Bill 572 is referred to the Committee on Finance. The majority of the Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred House Bill 611 FN, an act abolishing recoupment procedures regarding appointed counsel for indigent criminal defendants. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Bob Lynn for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Paul Birch for the minority of the committee. The majority amendment is 0638H, printed in House Record 15 on pages 56 to 57. Representative Birch is recognized to speak against the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I suppose I could start with a moment of appreciation from the gentleman from Auburn who spoke to the need to cut programs that don't financially recommend themselves. We have a program that seeks to recoup money from poor people who are assigned a lawyer in criminal court because they cannot afford to hire one and who have been found guilty, and from parents of children who have been found delinquent. Their inability to pay is checked by a judge in each case. So the state creates an office of cost containment, fills it up with some government employees whose job it is to try to collect money from people who have no money. Needless to say, it's an unsuccessful program, trying to get money from folks who do not have it but might someday, like win a lottery or collect an inheritance. Good for the government employees, pretty easy job. not so good for the taxpayers. So HB 611 was filed to simply end this failure of a program. The response is the amendment under consideration to double down by making the program larger, to now additionally bill granted staters who have been found innocent and the parents of children who have been cleared of wrongdoing. Of course, if you're going to go after more people, you're going to have to hire more government employees, buy more computers and stamps, or however they fill their days. And common sense will tell you they will just lose more money. It's like a guy who sells widgets for a loss, but thinks he will make it up in volume. Kind of doesn't work that way. But this is the premise behind the amendment. And all it will accomplish is grow the state with hiring more and more government employees to try to get blood from a stone, now by dunning totally innocent granted staters week after week, month after month, year after year, in the hope that somebody wins the lottery so he can pay the cost of his public defender, a cost that was only incurred because the state falsely accused him of a crime. The current fiscal projections for fiscal 26, without this amendment even, $320,000 in revenue, and the cost to pay for the government employees and their desks and their stamps and computers would be $371,000, with costs going up to $383,000 in fiscal 2027. So bring in $320,000, spend $371,000 or $383,000 to try to collect it. Only one state out of 50 has a program that's anything like this, which is South Dakota. And it's done by local jurisdictions in South Dakota. And we all know there's no people in South Dakota. 50 states do not do what this amendment suggests. I guess they all figured out it's a waste of taxpayers' money. Charles Arlinghouse is a name known to many people here, especially those who deal with fiscal matters. And I can see the folks that are some of who are still here know who he is. He's the Commissioner of Administrative Services. State law describes the commissioner as, quote, the chief fiscal planning and control officer of the state. The department's role includes managing and analyzing the financial, fiscal, administrative, operational functions of the state, including the state budget, accounting and reporting, financial and human resources, etc. I could go on. He's also the former president of the Josiah Bartlett Center. So the program we're talking about, the Office of Cost Containment, is under his direction. It's in his bureau. He came to House Judiciary and testified on Bill HB 611 that the program should be eliminated. And it should be eliminated as soon as possible. Now, he's not one of those department heads that says, make my department larger and larger and larger. He tells it like it is, and like the old E.F. Hutton commercial, when Commissioner Arlinghouse talks, everybody listens. I don't always agree with him, but when he and I are on the same page, and I have 35 years' experience with this issue, I hope it means something. So, if you want to join the commissioner and end a useless state program and reassign a couple of government employees to do something useful, and if you feel somehow it's wrong for the state to dun and harass innocent granted state taxpayers for money, then please vote against this Grow the State program amendment so that the original bill with a different amendment supported by Commissioner Arlinghouse can be brought forward. Thank you, and I ask for a division vote.
Representative Lynn's recognized to speak in support of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it's important to understand what's going on here. If you go back to 2020, the legislature, when it was in control of our friends on this side of the aisle, passed a law that effectively broke what had been a reasonably well-functioning system before then that wasn't costing more to collect money than the money that was collected by passing legislation in 2020. The effect of that legislation was, as my colleague just mentioned, to do two. He only mentioned one thing, but it actually did two things. The first thing it did was to say that in order for you to have an obligation to reimburse the state for the counsel services you are provided if you're accused of a crime, you must have been convicted. Now, on one level, if you stop and think of that, you don't really think about it for a minute. You might say, well, what's wrong with that? But stop and think about that. That would apply only to someone who gets the services of a free lawyer from the state. If you or I are charged with a crime and we have to pay for our own lawyer and we are found not guilty, do you think we get to charge? We got to pay our lawyer and we don't get to ask the state for reimbursement. It's completely unfair because remember, we're talking about people who have an ability to pay. If they may not be rich, they may have to take time to pay, but they have the ability to pay. There's no reason for those people not to be able to pay. The second and probably more important thing that 2020 legislation did is it effectively removed the ability of the Office of Cost Containment to investigate, if you will, to verify whether somebody actually had the ability to pay or not. So what's really important to understand about this is that the way the initial determination is of whether somebody is eligible for appointed counsel or not, they file a financial affidavit. And the reality of the situation is that there is no investigation by the court of that financial affidavit. And I'm not faulting the court for doing that. They have neither the time nor the resources, and except in a very rare case where it's a financial crime, nobody is looking into the defendant's financial situation. When I was a judge, I signed hundreds, probably thousands of appointment of counsel things, and it was based only on the face of the affidavit. And so unless, I suppose if Bill Gates came in and tried to file a financial affidavit, somebody would look at it. But if it's something short of that, nobody looks at it. And what the 2020 amendment did was effectively say the Department of Administrative Services, the OCC, will not be able to do that either. And of course, as a result of all that, the collections of both of those factors, the collections significantly dropped from what they had been before. So, for example, Commissioner Arlinghouse, by the way, I have to say, Commissioner Arlinghouse, I reviewed the transcript of the hearing last night. He did not say he supported this, but he took no position on the bill. What he said is, if we were going to leave the system that was established in 2020 in place, then it made no sense to continue the Office of the Cost Containment. But he also said, for example, before that 2020 amendment was enacted, the Office of Cost Containment collected like $2.5 million, I believe he said 8 years ago, and even 4 years ago, as shown in the fiscal note, they collected nearly $2 million. After the legislature in 2020 broke the system, last year they collected about $300,000, which was less than less than what they expended. So what this amendment does is it restores the law to what it was before 2020 when the system worked. I ask you to please press the green button to support this amendment so we can get the system back working again. Thank you. And Mr. Speaker, I ask for a division vote.
The question's on the adoption of Amendment 0638H, and this will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. The question's on the adoption of Amendment 0638H, and this is a division vote. Representative Scher is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that 25 to 30% of everyone who is appointed a public defender or a court-appointed lawyer is found not guilty or all their charges are dismissed, yet under this amendment, they would have to pay the state back for that which they had no control over, that is, somebody deciding that they got charged. If I were to know that my estimable colleague from Wyndham is just wrong when he says that judges don't review in detail the financial affidavits, he is right before 2020 when judges automatically appointed counsel and then automatically ordered payment. At the time he was on the bench, it was automatic. If I were to know that since 2020, judges considered the financial affidavit at sentencing rather than at the beginning of the case, if I were to know that when they did that, they were not charging money to the defendant, would I then press the red button and vote no on this?
Representative Kutzab is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this amendment is a matter of fairness and reasonableness, as it places individuals who receive state-appointed counsel in the same position as those who retain private counsel, and if I know that it's only fair for an individual to cover their own expenses if they have the means, as opposed to relying on their neighbors to do so, then would I now press the green button? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The questions on the adoption of Amendment 638H. This is division vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 197 in the affirmative, 163 in the negative. The amendment's adopted. The bill is on second reading and open to further amendment. Representative Marjorie Smith moves Amendment 0611H, printed in House Record 15 on page 57, and is recognized to speak.
Mr. Speaker, when this bill was heard by the Judiciary Committee, there was a very good turnout of members of the committee. It is unfortunate that the chair, who has led us so well, was not able to be present, but he was able to watch the tape later, and that's important. During the hearing, the Commissioner of Administration said that this matter could be handled best if he could be involved in an amendment that would have the most efficient and effective and responsible way of getting rid of this cost containment effort and making it possible for him to transfer the employees of that department to other places where they could more effectively meet the needs of the state. That is the language that you see in the amendment before you now. It is the language that the Commissioner of Administrative Services asked. He is struggling, as all of us are, to figure out the best way to address the needs of the state when we have less money to control than we had in the last few years. I respect the Commissioner of Administration, who I've worked with for many years. I was happy to prepare the amendment that he requested, and that is the amendment that is before you. That amendment was drafted by OLS, it was cleared by the Commissioner, and then brought to the Judiciary Committee. What then followed was the very well-respected chair of the committee came in with an amendment that completely eliminated the bill that had been in the hearing and changed, reversed 180 degrees what the bill was designed to do, and at the executive session, the last moment, brought that bill to the committee, which then passed, and this is one of the very few bills that has come to judiciary which left with a partisan vote, unlike almost all of the bills that we've had where we have almost and sometimes complete unanimity. I ask you, out of respect to the work of the committee, out of respect to the Commissioner of Administrative Services that in fact you support this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Lynn's recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With respect, deference to my friend from Durham who just spoke, I think it's important to understand two things. First, if we were to pass this amendment, it's completely inconsistent with what we just did. And with respect to Commissioner Arlinghouse, I share the prior speakers. I have great respect. I've known him for a long time. I have great respect for him. Again, I would remind you that what he was talking about in suggesting change, the change that the prior speaker referenced to, all of that was based on the assumption that basically the law, as our friends on the other side of the aisle amended it in 2020, which effectively broke the system, that law was going to stay in place. And he basically said, look, if we're going to continue to have a system that doesn't work, then let's just get rid of it. But that he was not in any way suggesting that if the amendment that we just passed to return the law to what it used to be was in effect, that then he would do the things that was just referred to. The system was working before 2020, and the amendment we just passed will restore it to the way it was. But this amendment that was just offered is completely inconsistent with that. I ask you to press the red button. Thank you. And Mr. Speaker, I request division vote. Thank you.
So say you all. Questions on the adoption of amendments 0611H, and everybody wants a division vote, so members take your seats. The question is on the adoption of Amendment 0611H. Representative Marjorie Smith is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, if you know that the bill started at facing north, that an amendment came in to make the bill face south. And if you know that the second, no, let me not word it that way, the amendment that came before us after the First Amendment turned us back to north, where we had started when the bill was first submitted, would you now let us continue going upwards in the right direction and support this amendment? Thank you. And have we already asked for a division? If so, we could divide it again. Thank you.
Representative Kuzab is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know, excuse me, that this amendment undoes everything the previous amendment just fixed, would I now press the red button so we can move forward in the right direction? Thank you.
The question is on the adoption of Amendment 0611H, and this is a division vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 165 in the affirmative, 196 in the negative. The amendment fails. Brings us now back to the main motion of ought to pass as amended by 0638H. We have a request for a division. While everybody's in their seats, this will be a division vote. Questions on the Majority Committee report about to pass on House Bill 611. Representative Scher is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that a rejection of this bill, OTPA, would result in us returning to a system where the judge would consider the financial affidavit and whether to send it to the Office of Cost Containment in depth, if I know that would occur at the sentencing hearing when the judge was also making determinations about whether to fine the person and whether that person should pay restitution, if I know that that's what would happen if you press the red button and vote no, I ask you to do so. Thank you.
Representative Kutab is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill will return us back to a system of financial fairness and responsibility, then would I now press the green button?
Questions on the Majority Committee report about to pass as amended. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Grota.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will attend to the state of the vote. 199 in the affirmative, 163 in the negative. The report is adopted. House Bill 611 is referred to the Committee on Finance. For what reason does a member rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to make a motion to allow the hot gentlemen to remove their jackets, with the exception of when speaking at the well.
Without objection. The Committee on Judiciary wishes to refer to House Bill 615 FN, an act relative to drug forfeiture proceedings. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Marjorie Smith for the committee. For what reason does the member rise?
To lay HB 615 on the table, please.
Representative Osborne moves to lay House Bill 615 on the table. Are you ready for the question? Division's been requested. Members, take your seats. The question is whether to lay House Bill 615 on the table. Representative Dan McGuire is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the legal profession likes length, but that the legislature likes brevity, and if I know that lawyers helped me draft this bill, and if I know that I would like to deny myself the pleasure of debating this bill for the next 10 to 15 minutes, would I now press the green button?
Representative Marjorie Smith is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, if I always know that it's a pleasure to hear from our colleague, and Mr. Speaker, if I know that the reason we have so many lawyers in this state, in this country, is that when there's a lawyer on any one side, there are lawyers on 7 other sides. So the fact that lawyers were involved in drafting it doesn't convince me, even though I was married to one for almost 50 years. And finally, Mr. Speaker, if I know that if we accept the committee position of ITLing this bill, we would leave our colleague free from now until the beginning of the next session to come in with a very different bill that addresses a very important issue, and that is how we handle drug forfeiting. Therefore, I would ask you to vote no on the tabling motion. And I also, Mr. Speaker, apologize because I believe that I said you, not I, in my last PI, and that's only because I know how important you are. Thank you.
Well, here we are. The motion is to lay House Bill 615 on the table. It's a division vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 195 in the affirmative, 163 in the negative. House Bill 615 is laid on the table. The majority of the Committee on Judiciary, to which is referred House Bill 762, F&A, an act appropriating $30,000 to the judicial branch for the purpose of hiring a contractor to conduct a manual review of domestic violence and stalking cases and related criminal cases. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Joe Alexander for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with an amendment. Representative Zoe Manos for the minority of the committee. For what reason does the member rise?
Thank you. Seeing a lot of room left on the table, I move to lay HB 762 on it.
Representative Osborne moves to lay House Bill 762 on the table. Are you ready for the question? Yeah, all right. Division. Why not? This will be a division vote. If you're not in your seat, find it quick. The question is whether to lay House Bill 762 on the table. Representative Alexander is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that I sit on the Judiciary Committee and I'm exhausted listening to Judiciary Committee bills and the table is very large, would I then press the green button to put this on the table?
Representative Rambo is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this is a very limited bill to here for limited funding to support domestic violence victims and to provide data on cases that we do not currently have the ability to analyze, would I press red to defeat the tabling motion? Thank you.
The question is whether to lay House Bill 762 on the table. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. If you're opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 199 in the affirmative, 160 in the negative. House Bill 762 is laid on the table.
The majority of the Committee on Municipal and County Government, to which was referred House Bill 149 FN, an act relative to warrant article approvals at ballot referenda form of town meeting. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Julie Gilman for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Diane Power for the minority of the committee. Yep. Questions on the motion of inexpedient to legislate. The chair recognizes Representative Sellers to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm bringing HB 149, trying to turn it over to another motion because it is a really good bill, a nice thing to have in your toolbox, especially during voting time for towns and school districts. HB 149, it's not a partisan bill. It actually solves a problem that happens to many of us in our SB2 towns and school districts. The bill is about giving the voters the final say in which articles they want to go forward. Go forward, not just the amended article that you have, which would be the final article from a deliberative session. So here's 4 points on the bill. 1, both the original and the amended articles are to be placed on the ballot. 2, if both versions of the article are approved, the version with the highest percentage of yes votes of the total yes-no votes is adopted. 3, in the slight chance of a tie, the amended version is adopted. This is the same as a question that's being defeated, where the amended version from the deliberative session, which was the final version at the deliberative session, is actually approved. So 4, each version will be clearly labeled. One will say original and the other will say amended. This is a new concept, but it's not cumbersome. It's actually pretty straightforward. HB 149 allows for the greater number of voters to determine what the best for their town or school district at the ballot box. This is part of democracy. This is our democracy. That's what I would think it would be, giving us the best choice for our towns and schools. Here's an example of a deliberative session that happens and may happen to some of you out there. At deliberative session, there's a warrant article, and it basically says, and I'm shortening it greatly, it says there's a 3% tax cap. They're asking for a 3% tax cap to be approved by the voters. Well, at the deliberative session, someone goes and actually makes an amendment and amends that warrant article. So now it says, and it's been approved, and now it says, the article now says, will you approve a 50% tax cap? So now you have the original and you have the amended. Both of those will go forward on the ballot, all right? One's at 3%, one's at 50, one says original, and one says amended. You can see here the voters may vote for both of them, or they may vote yes for both, yes for one or the other, no for both, or no for one or the other. You can also see by this amendment, it could be viewed as kind of vindictive in a way that purposely disenfranchises the voters at the ballot. Because if this was, the amended version was the only one that goes forward, which that's what happens today, then you only have the 50% tax cap to choose from. And really, the person or the select board or school board actually wanted a 3% tax cap to go forward. I'm just going to say, this is not even close to ranked choice voting. So that, I think we'll have a bill next week on that. And in this simple bill, you can see the democracy at work that allows all the voters to determine what is best for their town school district. It also controls those who purposely derail good warrant articles by frivolous amendments to preemptively defeat articles, disenfranchising the voters. Colleagues, I'm just saying this. And we're going to have a rebuttal to my speech here now. And I'm saying, don't let them confuse you. Don't let them complicate this, muddy, blur, distort, twist, and if I could find 10 more, I would put them on there, all right, by whatever they say. This is a simple bill which allows for the will of the people to decide if the original amendment if the original or the amended version should go forward for their town. Now, I was going to ask for division, but I don't want to do that. It seems like we've had enough of them. So if everybody wants to yell nay as loud as they can, we won't have to do a division. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Gilman to speak in favor of the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill applies to official ballot referenda, or SB2 legislative bodies. The SB2 is a form of governance that must be adopted by a 3/5 majority of voters in that municipality or school district. The SB2 form of governance may also rescind by a 3/5 majority that form of governance. It consists of 2 sessions. The first session is like a traditional town meeting. Warrant articles are debated and may be amended before voting on the question. Then these articles are forwarded to the second session by voting by official ballot. Every registered voter in the municipality under SB2 may participate in this process. This bill mandates that both the original warrant articles presented at the deliberative session and any amended versions made at the deliberative session must be placed consecutively on the official ballot. This is highly problematic for several reasons. It introduces unnecessary ballot complexity with 2 or more versions of the same question on the ballot. That will only serve to confuse voters. Ballots may become extensive in length, discouraging voters from considering every article on the ballot. The bill is an unfunded mandate by way of potentially raising costs of the lengthy ballot printing or calling special town meetings to correct mistakes. In testimony submitted to the committee, the New Hampshire City and Town Clerks Association opposes this bill for these very reasons. They are the experienced professionals who prepare ballots, tally votes, and budget the town meetings or special town meetings. The will of the deliberative session is overruled with this bill. It ignores the right of provided in RSA 40:10 for a motion to restrict further consideration of a proposed warrant article. There is no provision for an amendment's legality. If an amendment does not have the appropriate legal wording but is approved, does the municipality move forward operating illegally or call a costly special town meeting? The answer to a successful warrant article or any amendment being adopted is not to confuse, overwhelm, or disenfranchise voters, but by advocacy and outreach, or as some would call it, campaigning before the deliberative session. Finally, this bill is slanted toward approving the amended warrant article. The bill mandates that if a yes vote on the original and amended versions is tied by the same percentage of yes votes, the outcome shall be the adoption of the amended version. In any other small d democratic voting, as in our committees and here in the Representatives Hall, a tie vote defeats the question. A percentage should not determine the outcome of a tied vote. This proposed method of declaring victory is clear disenfranchisement. This bill not only creates confusion, but also compromises the integrity and the fairness of the SB2 legislative process. Please support the committee's vote 16-2 of inexpedient to legislate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question is on the committee recommendation of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 149FN. This will be a division vote. Members, please take your seats. The House will come to order. The chair recognizes Representative Sellers for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I knew this simple bill greatly improves the voices of all registered voters of an SB2 town or school district, and Mr. Speaker, if I knew the bill would help put a stop to disenfranchising the voters with ridiculous amendments at our deliberative sessions, and finally, Mr. Speaker, if I knew many citizens want this bill because they are unable to attend a deliberative session because of their disabilities, out of town, or in the military, then I would press the red button and let's move on.
The chair recognizes Representative Dennis Murphy for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I knew that this bill would hamper all election officials, including the select and school boards, clerks, and moderators, and their budgets adversely due to the printing and mailing costs of the new ballots. If I knew this bill would undermine the deliberative session and confuse the voters at the second session, seeing both warrant articles on the warrant. If I knew this would be creating a ranked choice system for the warrant articles, I would now press the green button. Thank you.
The question is on the motion of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 149 FN. This is a division vote. If you are in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you will press the red button. Voting stations will be open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. With 244 in the affirmative and 112 in the negative, the motion passes. The Committee on Municipal and County Government, to which was referred House Bill 512 FN, an act relative to preventing municipal employees from being paid under multiple municipal contracts simultaneously. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Dennis Murphy for the committee. The question is on the motion of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 512 FN. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. No. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The Committee on Municipal and County Government, to which was referred House Bill 643 FN, an act expanding the number of Grafton County Commissioners. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Laurel Stavis for the committee. The question is on the motion of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 643 FN. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Nay. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The Committee on Municipal and County Government, to which was referred House Bill 668 FN Local, an act authorizing municipalities to hold a referendum to rescind the licenses of historic horse racing facilities. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative John McDonald for the committee. The motion is on the question is on the motion of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 668 FN local. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The majority of the Committee on Science, Technology, and Energy, to which was referred House Bill 219 FN, an act relative to the phasing out of the minimum electric renewable portfolio standard, having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Michael Harrington for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Dale Swanson for the minority of the committee. The amendment is 0678H, printed in House Record 15 on pages 39 and 40. The question is on the amendment, on the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Question is now on the motion of ought to pass as amended. Chair recognizes Representative McGee to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 219 pokes holes in major parts of the state's Renewable Portfolio Standard Program, also known as the RPS, which began in 2009. The point of having an RPS is to be able to measure increases in clean, local energy sources as we reap the benefits that they bring to New Hampshire. What are those benefits? Fuel choice, economic development, reduced emissions, lower dependence on out-of-state imports, lower energy costs, reduced demand for oil and gas, and keeping energy dollars in the New Hampshire economy. Our RPS program was set up in perpetuity. It was designed to continue until we achieve our goals. The first goal was set up back in 2009, and it was set to have us achieve 25% of our energy mix as clean by 2025. We were not supposed to stop now, as if there's nothing more that needs to be done. In fact, New Hampshire's goal was always seen as modest at best over that period of time. Currently, we are behind all New England states. Connecticut's got a goal of 48% by 2030. Maine is at 100% by 2050. They've been working on their housing sector with ground source heat. Mass is at 55% by 2050, and Rhode Island, 100% by 2030. Vermont is 75% by 2035. We don't have a goal. And that's the difference between us and these other states. So we're poking holes in the few policies that we have, and we're defunding pennies that we're spending to basically save people thousands with the RPS. New Hampshire is choosing not to help Granite Staters invest or save. The RPS had a price tag in 2024 of $2.06 per month on an average electric bill, but it supports all those benefits that I listed up front. So it's a good deal. As amended, HB 219 takes us backward. Our committee leadership really doesn't like solar, so the first thing the bill does is to eliminate solar credits altogether. Class 2 RPS RECs for solar, gone. Without any analysis of what losing those credits will do to towns and businesses who have invested in solar arrays, who will no longer receive those benefits that they were promised when they penciled out those projects. I thought we were supposed to be helping people to lower their bills, and weren't we claiming that we had an all-of-the-above strategy? The second thing the bill does is it takes the Class 2 credits, the ones that support new renewable projects in solar, wind, hydro, biomass, and even geothermal, and reduces the value of those credits back to 2011 levels. Rather than increasing their already low value in a regional market, this is the literal definition of regression. Rather than support investment in new local energy that lowers costs and increases independence, our goal is to go the other way with this bill. We're saying with this bill, we want to be last in the region when it comes to energy policy and the most vulnerable to the volatile energy markets. Think our bills that doubled in 2022. How do you think this gutting of the RPS will play into the decisions of business leaders who realize out-of-control energy costs are a lock in New Hampshire due to the lack of choice and the lack of state energy strategy? Some solar is a sound option. Sometimes solar is a sound option. But with this bill, we take it off the table for those who would choose it. We change the economics so the investments are unlikely. HB 219 upends the stability of individuals, towns, and businesses who want to generate energy to avoid volatile fuel prices. Lowering Class 1 credits for new renewable investments when they should be going up sends the signal that we don't want to invest, and we don't want anyone else to invest. The point of the RPS is to increase our goals until our emissions go down. But instead of setting goals for the next 10-year period, we're opting to stop measuring altogether. If you believe in cheap energy that's local and clean to help lower our energy bills and lower our emissions, then I now ask you to push the red button so a better motion can be made. And I ask for a roll call.
Representative Harrington is recognized to speak in favor of the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon. Boy, that was quite a speech. I was hoping to be here talking about actually phasing out of the renewable portfolio standard because I think the residents of New Hampshire are smart enough to decide what type of electricity to buy by themselves without the government telling them to do so, but that is not the case. So what we are here to talk about is ACPs, RECs, different classes, and RPSs. Now, you all want a detailed explanation of what they are and how they work, but too bad, you're not going to get one. And that's because it's not going to make any difference on how anybody votes, practically. Here's what's important about this bill. It's going to save about $5.7 million a year for ratepayers. It makes no large changes to anything. No business will be negatively affected by this. I know there's counties out there and municipalities that use the useful thermal energy because they have boilers and they get subsidies from ratepayers. Those will continue. They will not be decreased whatsoever. We have the target for useful thermal energy is so high that we have less than half of the amount of RECs being fulfilled, so there's plenty of room for growth even with the decrease, and all we're doing is buying alternate compliance payments to make up the rest of it, which is costing us millions of dollars in taxes to it. So I urge you to vote green, but I'll warn you, if you do vote red, I'll be back with a big explanation of all those things I just mentioned, so you don't want that. Vote green.
Representative McGee has requested a roll call vote. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, please take your seats. The House will come to order. The chair recognizes Representative Representative Swanson for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the Renewable Portfolio Standard, which has been in place since its bipartisan introduction in 2009, promotes the goal of reducing New Hampshire reliance on imported, non-renewable fossil fuel energy, and if I know that Granite Staters are the primary beneficiaries of the renewable energy and the economic investment that this standard creates, and if I know that this bill would eliminate credits for solar and it would just give pennies back to ratepayers without addressing the vulnerabilities to costly natural gas price spikes as happened in 2022, then would I press the red button to defeat this bill so another motion can be made.
Chair recognizes Representative Vos for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that our state's governor has urged us not to mass up New Hampshire, and if I also know that green energy policy in Massachusetts now accounts for almost 30% of an electric bill, would I now press the green button to adopt these modest reforms to New Hampshire green energy policy and save our ratepayers $57 million over the next 10 years? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is on the Majority Committee report of ought to pass with amendment on House Bill 219 FN. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. With 189 members voting in the affirmative, 173 voting in the negative, the motion is adopted. House Bill 219 FN will be referred to the Committee on Finance.
The Committee on Science, Technology, and Energy, to which was referred House Bill 696 FN, an act exempting electricity generators from the utility property tax and including them under the statewide education property tax and relative to communication services tax revenues. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Michael Vos for the committee. The questions on the Majority Committee report of ought to pass. You ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. And the committee report's adopted. House Bill 696 is referred to the Committee on Ways and Means. For what reason does a member rise? No? All right. The majority of the Committee on Science, Technology, and Energy, to which was referred House Bill 764 FN, An act prohibiting the intentional release of polluting emissions, including cloud seeding, weather modification, excessive electromagnetic radio frequency, microwave radiation, and making penalties for violation of such prohibition. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Thomas Corman from the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Tom Plozas for the minority of the committee. For what reason does the member rise?
For a motion, Mr. Speaker.
State your motion.
I move that we lay House Bill 764 on the table.
Representative Weber moves to lay House Bill 764 on the table. You ready for the question? Vote. Oh, and she wants a division vote. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. The question is whether to lay House Bill 764 on the table. Representative Parcell is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, if I know they've been marked safe from excessive electromagnetic radio frequency and microwave radiation today, and further, if I know that the intentional release of polluting emissions is already regulated with sufficient ambiguity, and this bill does nothing to clarify said emissions, and finally, if I know it's contrails, not chemtrails, and it's geoengineering is not cloud seeding, then this bill that seeks to prevent man-made weather changes is unnecessary, as I've been repeatedly told by my more reputable colleagues across the aisle, that we lack the technological capacity to affect climate change. Then would I now push the green button to uphold the overwhelmingly bipartisan committee recommendation?
Representative Bernardi is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask you to overturn this table or not accept the table.
Parliamentary inquiry.
If I know that this bill, the underlying bill, deals with a basic platform issue here, and it does two things. One, it repeals a chapter on weather experimentation in the state, and two, it sends a message to federal agencies that New Hampshire is not open for geoengineering. If I know that those are the case, that's what this bill does, I'd ask you to vote red to not table this motion, or this bill.
The question is whether to lay House Bill 764 on the table. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will attend to the state of the vote. 205 in the affirmative, 158 in the negative. 764 is laid on the table. chair recognizes the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a letter from the chair of the Committee on Finance pursuant to House Rule 47F. House Bill 592 is waived as a second committee bill.
The Committee on State, Federal Relations, and Veterans Affairs, to which was referred House Bill 264FN, an act relative to delegates to an Article 5 convention. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Tom Mannion for the committee. For what reason does the member rise?
I move to table House Bill 264.
The motion is to table House Bill 264. You ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? No. The ayes have it. 264 is laid on the table. The majority of the Committee on Transportation, to which was referred House Bill 452FN, an act relative to the issuance of driver's licenses for aliens temporarily residing in New Hampshire. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Thomas Walsh for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority report with the following resolution, resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Seth Miller for the minority of the committee. Representative Villieu is recognized to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to the OTP motion on House Bill 452. HB 452 would prohibit asylees, people who have been granted asylum in the U.S. or are here seeking asylum, from obtaining a New Hampshire driver's license until they have been granted full permanent residency, a green card, even though once they've been granted asylum, they don't have to apply for a green card to stay here permanently and legally. Even if they already received work authorization, this bill prevents them from renewing a driver's license they already have. Now, before I get too far along in this, I want you to do something for me. Picture in your mind what a refugee looks like, where they come from, what led them here. Now picture an asylum seeker or an asylee. Where are they from? What led them here? If the image in your mind is the same for both, you're absolutely right, because there is no difference. It's the same process, the same screening, the same legal protections. But under this bill, they are treated very differently. Now imagine two twin sisters. They're born in the same village, raised by the same parents, attend the same schools. One is there when war breaks out. Her home is destroyed, her life is in danger. She has no choice but to flee. She makes her way to a UN aid station where she applies for refugee status. Her case is processed. She is legally admitted to the United States, sent right here to New Hampshire to live with relatives. Her twin sister, she's already here, visiting those same relatives on a legal visa when that war began. But now returning home is no longer an option for her. Instead of fleeing to a UN camp, she does what the law allows. She goes to a U.S. immigration office and applies for asylum. Two sisters, same country, same crisis, same risk if they return home. Yet under this bill, they are treated very differently. Both received work authorization on the same day. But under this bill, only one of them can get a driver's license. The other, same circumstances, cannot. The only difference between them, where they happened to be standing when the war broke out. The ultimate result of this bill is not improved public safety or greater fairness. It simply creates a legal trap. We know that in order to survive, asylees have to work. And to work in New Hampshire, people need to drive. That's the reality. Unlike refugees who receive federal resettlement assistance, asylees do not. No housing, no food benefits, no financial support while they wait for their cases to be heard. They're expected to support themselves. And when they finally receive work authorization, they must work because they have no other choice. But this bill doesn't acknowledge reality. It creates obstacles. It doesn't make us safer, it makes our roads more dangerous. It doesn't protect the law, it undermines it. It doesn't treat people equally. It punishes those who apply for protection from within our borders. Now let's look at the consequences. If this bill were about public safety, we would want drivers to be trained, tested, and insured. Instead, it leaves practically no choice but for them to drive without a license, increasing the risk on our roads. If this were about protecting the integrity of our laws, we would respect the process that has already determined that these individuals have a right to be here. Instead, it seeks to override that process with state-level bureaucracy. If this were about fairness, it wouldn't single out one group of lawfully present people while allowing others in the same situation to drive. So what is the real impact? This bill creates legal traps. It forces people into impossible choices. Follow this law and lose your ability to work. Break it and face a misdemeanor charge. And what happens with that misdemeanor? Their asylum case is denied. Their ability to stay in this country is jeopardized. The system they trusted has now turned against them. We heard this bill last term, and we are told this version is different. We're told this version is more refined because it now distinguishes between asylum seekers and asylees or refugees. But we have just demonstrated that they're the same thing. Same legal standards, same burden of proof, same federal determination that they need protection. Yet we've heard the claim that asylum seekers are merely lawfully present, not here legally. I'm not sure what that means. This is a false distinction. In a majority of cases, asylees win their cases. They stay here. There is no basis for the claim that asylum seekers are lying en masse. It is not supported by credible data. Most asylum denials are not because of false claims, but because of technicalities. The process is complicated and difficult to navigate without a lawyer. Asylees who try to represent themselves miss deadlines, paperwork is incorrect, people struggle to meet legal burdens that shift from administration to administration. This bill assumes that asylum seekers are frauds, but the facts tell us that most are not. So what is this bill really doing? It's creating unnecessary barriers. One group of people legally present, federally authorized to work, will be allowed to drive. Another group, legally present, federally authorized to work, will be denied that same right. We should not be in the business of making life harder for people simply because of where they were standing when they applied for protection. And we should not be in the business of setting legal traps that serve no purpose but to punish those who have followed the rules. For these reasons, I urge this body to reject HB 452. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I request a division vote.
Representative Walsh is recognized to speak in support of the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is actually a very simple and a pretty common sense and a pretty fair bill. The two main things that it does. Number one, it organizes the criteria needed for aliens temporarily residing in New Hampshire to acquire a driver's license. Currently, that criteria is scattered all over the statute. It also states that the Director of Motor Vehicles shall consider this criteria, not may, which is currently in statute. I could never figure out what good statutory requirements are if there's a word may in front of it. The second thing it does, as you heard a minute ago, it is true, the bill also clarifies when an alien claiming asylum can acquire a New Hampshire driver's license. The reason this only deals with people claiming asylum, as you were just told there is a difference, or there is no difference, there's a huge difference between somebody claiming refugee status because that's done in their country of origin. They just don't show up at a port of entry. During the 4 years of the Biden administration, we watched as millions of migrants stormed our borders. Most requested asylum. And again, specifically, that is fear of persecution politically or for religious reasons. Seeking a better life is not a legitimate reason to request asylum. Whether they came here through a checkpoint, snuck in the old-fashioned way, or just didn't want to go home when their visa expired, the Biden administration was happy to honor these requests for asylum, which grants them lawful presence. It's an I-589 form. That's the document that takes place at the border. Well, then again, like I said, even if you came in under offense, you could use the Biden app and request asylum, and they would give it to you. So while they have this lawful presence, that is supposedly while they wait for their court date. It is at the immigration courts that they have to prove that they're here illegally. So there's a big difference between lawful presence, which is what is twisted to mean legal nowadays. It's not true. The court is where you prove your legalness. Because of the years of delays in the immigration courts, obviously because the system is overwhelmed, I contend by design, the Biden administration began the expedited issuance of temporary work authorizations. These authorizations come with a Social Security number. This is the trigger that enables them to get a license, a New Hampshire license, and it is the loophole that this bill seeks to close. The majority of the committee believes it is unfair to the law-abiding citizens that the privilege to drive is being given to people who haven't even proven they are here legally. We also believe that our new border czar, Tom Homan, when he estimates that 9 out of 10 of these asylum requests are illegitimate. Please support the majority committee report of ought to pass. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The questions on the majority committee report of ought to pass. Division's been requested. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. Representative Kutzab sees your division and raises you a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? And it is. This will be a roll call vote. Members, continue taking your seats. Questions on the majority committee report about to pass on House Bill 452. Representative Miller is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this bill is bad for the economy of New Hampshire, pulling workers out of our businesses and shoppers out of our stores, and if I know that this bill perverts our legal system, trying to override federal laws associated with the definition of asylum, and likely violates our Constitution by creating 2 classes of granite staters, declaring people guilty without trial and without the chance of appeal. And if I know that, the majority testified in committee that this bill does nothing to improve the safety on our roads and in our communities, would I then press the red button to reject the OTP motion so that a more humane and more reasonable motion can be considered? Thank you.
Representative Gorski is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill does not allow the DMV to provide driver's licenses to any person who cannot prove lawful permanent residence in the USA, and if I know that this bill does not allow a driver's license to a non-resident alien to be used as valid ID of residence for voting purposes, and finally, if I know this bill will not allow a license to be granted to a person who's granted asylee status by the U.S. Customs and Immigration Services until the application as a lawful permanent resident of a USA has been granted and fully vetted, then would I press the green button to support the OTP motion? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The questions on the majority committee report of ought to pass on House Bill 452. It's a roll call vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 198 in the affirmative, 162 in the negative. The committee report's adopted. House Bill 452 is referred to the Committee on Finance. The Committee on Ways and Means, to which was referred House Bill 658 FN, an act raising the cap on certain reimbursements from the Oil Discharge and Disposal Cleanup Fund. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Scott Breyer for the committee. Questions on the majority committee report of ought to pass. You ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? The ayes have it, and the committee report's adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a note from the chair of the Committee on Finance, who has waived the second committee referral of House Bill 452 pursuant to House Rule 47F.
The Committee on Ways and Means, to which was referred House Bill 669 F&A, an act relative to requiring all revenue raised under the statewide education property tax to be deposited in the Education Trust Fund and setting an equalized statewide tax rate. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Jordan Ulrey for the committee. Representative Wheeler is recognized to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am told 24/7 by my constituents in the districts around me that our property taxes in this state are too high. And this legislation, HB 669, aims to address that. Now, in 1999, there was legislation passed, HB 999, by the House Finance Committee. At the time, it was called House Appropriations. And this bill in 1999 created a 660 equalized valuation rate for our statewide property taxes. Now, in 1996, 1997, 1998, there was a certain property tax rate. Once that legislation was passed, HB 999 in 1999, in a Republican legislature, those property taxes went down. It is possible. This is something that can happen. We hear all the time, our property taxes, our property taxes. We can bring our property taxes in this state down. We currently have a statewide property tax rate that is unequal, that is taxing people at an unequal rate. And that tax rate is anti-constitutional. It's against Part 2, Article 5 of the Constitution, which says that taxes in this state should be fair and proportional. The tax rate in this state right now, doesn't matter if you're on the majority party, the minority party, doesn't matter if you're a libertarian or a socialist, it's unfair. It's an unfair tax rate. And it leaves us in a place where people who have fixed incomes, people who have lived in this state for their entire lives, I think of my neighbor who grew up in her house, who raised her son in her house, who tells me that, and I'm not sure she voted for me, but she likes talking to me, she tells me that she isn't going to be able to stay in her house much longer if the tax rate keeps going up in the way that it is. This legislation, HB 669, would set forth an equalized valuation rate of $5 per 1,000. Now, what that would do is mean that some richer towns in our state, most of them on this side of the aisle, would pay a higher tax rate. But it would also mean that those poorer towns in our state, which are seriously overburdened right now, would pay a lower tax rate. It would equalize the valuation and make it a fair tax across the board. That, to me, is a very important thing when we're talking about the fact that the Constitution, the people who put it together, outlined that taxes in this state should be done in a fair and proportional way. This legislation sets them up in a fair and proportional way. if you hear nothing else from my speech today, I hope that you go and watch the Ways and Means hearing from February the 12th at 1 p.m. It's on the YouTube. And listen to the members who brought this forward, the representative who was there in 1999 from the majority party who helped bring this forward to try and get this done. Again, when we passed this in 1999, we saw a reduction in property taxes in every town in this state. And we can do that again if we have an equalized valuation rate passed here today. This legislation would lower the property tax burden, and it would make the state more flush with cash. As the chairman for Division 1 called it in his testimony for this hearing, and I see him smiling right now because he knows what I'm going to say, this is a piece of very tasty chocolate cake. It's tempting, but I would only disagree in one place. I think this is a little bit heartier a meal than a piece of chocolate cake, because this addresses a problem that our constituents have asked us to address ad nauseum. Please lower my property tax rate. Make it a fair rate where poor towns aren't paying the burden for rich towns, and where every taxpayer in this state pays the same rate as the other. Nobody should be paying a higher rate in taxes than another for a statewide tax. Nobody should be thinking this is a donor town situation. There are no donor towns in this state. Last time I checked, I pay taxes individually, and then those taxes go to the state. The municipalities don't touch that money. So what we have to do here today, and as I said, please watch the hearing, 2/12 at 1 p.m. on House Ways and Means, and listen to the people who in 1999 did the work to pass this equalized valuation rate, which resulted in a reduction of property taxes. So I would ask that you stand with me and our constituents who are asking us to reduce their property taxes and finally get this state in a place where we are in a constitutional tax system that taxes people fairly and proportionally as outlined in our Constitution, as opposed to allowing the poor towns to take the burden for all of us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I ask that you vote against the committee report to overturn it and move it on to an ought to pass to get it off to the Senate. And I would like a division vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Malloy is recognized to speak against the committee report.
I'm speaking in support of the ITL. That's wrong. Sorry. Yes, thank you. My mistake. Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak in support of the committee report of ITL. While we often disagree in this room about the best way to fund public education and how much funding the state should provide, I think we can agree that the current funding system is broken. This bill seeks to address inequities in the way schools are funded by significantly increasing the amount raised by the state. I commend the sponsors for bringing this concept into the conversation. This bill is not the right approach. First, it brings back the concept of donor towns, which would harm many communities, including the ones I represent. This bill would also raise the statewide education property tax to $5 per thousand, more than quadrupling the swept rate of $1.12 that we have today per thousand. Simply put, the property taxpayers of New Hampshire cannot afford this bill. Please join me in pressing the green button to support the ITL motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Ulrey is recognized to speak for the committee report.
I could, but then again, I will.
Representative Wheeler requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? Nope. Nope. It'll be a division vote, though. All right, this will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. Questions on the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 669. Representative Wheeler is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that no taxpayer in our state should be paying a higher or lower rate than another taxpayer in our state for a tax that is supposed to be constitutionally fair and proportional, an equalized valuation, and if I know, Mr. Speaker, that what my friend who spoke on the other side of this vote said was wrong, and that this is not a property tax raise by a quadruple, but in fact property tax relief for many of our towns that are completely burdened by having to shack the burden for the others. And Mr. Speaker, if I know that this would follow the Constitution and our people want us to get this done, then would I then vote red on the ITL so that we could overturn the committee report and get property tax relief for our constituents? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Ulrey is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Hey, I get to speak. Mr. Speaker, if I know you cannot reduce taxes by increasing taxes, and if I know this bill increases property taxes, and if I know this bill takes away resources from essential government operations such as police, courts, prisons, highways, etc., would I not then push the green button to support the ITL motion of the committee?
The questions on the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 669. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Woodcock.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will attend to the state of the vote. 201 in the affirmative, 157 in negative. The committee report's adopted. The House will attend to bills removed from the consent calendar. The Committee on Municipal and County Government, to which is referred House Bill 123, an act enabling municipalities to tax standing wood and timber on land used for carbon sequestration. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Diane Power for the committee. For what reason does a member rise?
Move to lay HB 123 on the table.
Representative Osborne moves to lay House Bill 123 on the table. You ready for the question? Imagine that. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. The question is on the motion to table, House Bill 123. Representative Osborne is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that DRA is currently working on a report on this particular issue that will be out later this year, and I don't want to see this bill go down today on such an important issue that we do need to address. Would I now press the green button to lay it on the table for now?
Representative Ouellette's recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the committee unanimously voted to recommend HB 123 ought to pass, and if I know this bill is a result of more than 3 years of collaboration by numerous subject matter experts and share stakeholders, and if I further know that this is not a new tax, it is an application of the normal yield tax on timber that has been in statute for 76 years and constitutionally permitted by Part 2, Article 5 of the state constitution, ratified in 1942. Would I now vote no to oppose the motion to table and push a red button? Thank you.
The motion is to lay House Bill 123 on the table. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 171 in the affirmative, 185 in the negative. The motion fails. All right. The amendment is 0654H, printed in House Record 15 on pages 37 to 38. Questions on adoption of the amendment? You ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? No. The ayes have it, and the amendment's adopted. Okay. Motion now is ought to pass as amended. Representative Harrington is recognized to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, there's been a lot of talk about what this bill actually is, so let's read what it is. It says it's a tax. It says the total tonnage of carbon credit offsets issued in the previous year shall be the amount by the carbon registry, and they're going to charge a fee on that. A yield tax of 10% of the estimated net value of the carbon offset. So someone enters into a legal contract with another organization to sell a service. That service is buying and selling carbon tax credits. Totally legal, nothing illegal about it at all. And now we're going to turn around and say, well, if you do that, that income that you get from that is going to be a tax. I call that an income tax. It's a new tax and it's an income tax. There's no other way you can get around it. It also gets assessed every year on these carbon credits that are sold. And then eventually, if the landowner gets around to selling the wood, they're going to be taxed on selling the wood. So they're going to be double taxed on it. And there's no need for a new tax. It's as simple as that. And to try to call it anything else is just a disguise. A tax is a tax is a tax, and this is an income tax.
Does the member yield for a question?
Yes.
Representative Verville, you may inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. Would you agree with me that this seems remarkably similar to an unrealized capital gains type tax?
Yes, I would.
Representative Chirkot's recognized to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon, everybody. I rise in opposition to HB 123 as amended. I want to be clear one thing. I am not advocating for or against carbon credit sequestration. I'm only here to talk about this being indeed a new tax. Let's start with the title of the bill. Enabling municipalities to tax standing wood and timber on land used for carbon sequestration. The words enabling, that definitely implies it's something new. And to tax, that's pretty obvious. Are there any existing taxes on the selling of carbon credits? No, there are not. And then in the bill itself, they add a few new definitions. Carbon credits, carbon developer, and carbon sequestration. Now, they need those in there because then they go in and talk about definitions required so we can add several hundred new words into our RSAs for the purpose of describing how to gain revenue off income these companies receive through the selling of carbon credits. This is not a form of yield tax, as a lot of the proponents attempt to infer. This is a tax on revenue. So should this bill pass, how many taxes would some landowners be subjected to? Now, it's been suggested that many of these carbon credits taxes would create double taxation. I think I can make the case that, in fact, or some solid arguments, in fact, that this could actually result in some cases of triple or even quadruple taxation. And here's why. First, we already have the long-established yield tax that companies and individuals pay when the timber is harvested. Second, carbon credit companies are already subjected to business profits taxes on the revenue they receive for selling the carbon credits. Business profit tax is an income, and they also pay business enterprise taxes. If you want to count that as one or two, we could actually get to quintuple taxation. Next, we have the taxing of revenue based on the selling of carbon credits being the third bite at the taxation apple. And fourth, although I realize a lot of the lands are already in current use, but we have the property taxes on the land themselves. Now, I can assure you, shortly, if this were to pass, shortly after the passage, you're going to see a flurry of lawsuits being filed just on this. So, who opposes this? Well, we have the Americans for Tax Reform, known for their no new tax pledge. You've got the New Hampshire Timberland Owners Association. You've got Americans for Prosperity. You've got the New Hampshire Business and Industry Association. You've got the Thomas Family Tree Farm, owners of 2,400 acres of land. All oppose this legislation, and each of them opposes it because they have determined it is indeed a new tax. Now, there are some other arguments that aren't related to taxes. I'll just throw out a couple of them quickly. One of them is that the carbon contracts disallow recreation. Not true. The contracts continue to allow recreation for OHRV and snowmobiles. Another one, carbon contracts prohibit logging. No, they do not. Landowners continue to manage their land, and the timber is harvested. But again, none of those that I just said really have to do with the reason I'm debating the legislation, and this is about the multiple layers of taxation on a single individual property. So I'm going to ask you to join me in opposing HB 123 as amended, so another motion can be made. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does the member yield for a question?
I do not.
Representative Davis is recognized to speak in support of the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, House Bill 123 addresses the negative impacts that carbon sequestration has on New Hampshire's timber industry and the heavily timbered municipalities. This bill will modify the existing 76-year-old tax on timber to include the yield of metric tonnage of carbon sequestration from standing timber. It is important to New Hampshire's municipalities that revenues from this timber tax be preserved and all yields from timber, whether from cutting or sequestration, be accounted for equally when assessed. House Bill 123 is not a new tax or a carbon tax, despite what some out-of-state interests are pushing. This yield tax on timber has existed since 1949. House Bill 123 ensures that all timber yields are treated the same. This is consistent with the intent of the original law and ensures no yield on timber is unfairly excluded. This bill is constitutionally permitted by an amendment to Part 2, Article 5 of the state constitution, which was ratified in 1942 by over 2/3 of New Hampshire's voters. This bill has the strong support of the governor and the governor's council, who both realize the importance and impact this bill has on the future of this state. This bill came out of committee 18-0 with an ought to pass as amended recommendation and put on the consent calendar. Carbon credits in California cap and trade program and others are where the carbon credits are being sold, tying up our forests for multiple decades, in some instances 100 years. The carbon market is growing and will continue to impact our timber industry in New Hampshire, which happens to be our third largest form of revenue. A loss of timber tax will create a tax burden shift that will increase local property taxes. If we continue with a carbon first initiative, not only will local property taxes increase due to lost timber tax revenues, but forestry and wood products industries will continue to decline as wood will no longer be available here. Our forests will become mismanaged, creating issues for recreation, wildlife habitat, and forest fire mitigation, ending up with our forests being owned and controlled by out-of-state special interests, selling the benefits to California companies, allowing them to continue to pollute. I urge this House to support this amendment, this bill as amended, to ensure all timber yields are treated the same. Keeping consistent with the intent of the original law, let's tell California and out-of-state special interests that our forests are not for sale. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does the member yield for a question? Member yields. Representative Aaron, you may inquire.
Thank you so much for taking my question. So as I'm concerned about our farmers and agriculture in the state, I'm interested to know, for these carbon sequestration contracts, if a farmer decides that they want to take several acres of their land and grow certain cover crops, which they can, and they have been doing this out west, that they can enter into a carbon sequestration contract on those cover crops that sequester nitrogen, carbon, whatever, would this bill then impose some sort of new tax on them for those contracts?
Thank you for your question. This bill just deals with timber, so there would no implication at all. Thank you.
Does the member yield for another question? Representative Bixby, you may inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for taking my question. So, my question is, I know that our forested lands in the North Country are largely not old growth. They are, they've been harvested and replanted for many years, and there is a real cycle of forest management that is required to keep them as healthy as possible. And I'm concerned that if it's bound up too much in carbon credits, that will cause a problem for the healthy management of the forests. I'm wondering if having this essentially a tax-free way of holding your timber would discourage proper forest management.
Thank you for your question. I'm going to try to answer that. I'm not exactly sure, but the reason for timber tax, the reason for timber tax, before that, the municipal assessors would come to your timber lot every year and tax you on that standing timber, whether you cut it or not. And that's because the standing timber in New Hampshire is part of your real estate. It has a taxable value. So that's how the system worked, and how people would get away from that. To circumvent paying that tax, what they would do is they would clear cut their forests. It was no good for the watershed. It was no good for wildlife habitat. It was no good for it was a poor management system. And the woods product industry wouldn't be stable, because there'd be a lot of wood cut, and then a few years would go by and there'd be a big lull. So they came up with timber tax. And what timber tax is, just a property tax for the municipalities. They know nothing about the monetary value of the sale of the timber or the sale of the carbon sequestration. So when you sequester the carbon, it's measured in metric tonnage. So what would happen is we're looking for best forest management practices. By not cutting your trees for 100 years, that's almost the polar opposite of clear cutting them. If we're looking for best forestry practices, this isn't the way.
Just the member was not recognized for a follow-up.
Thank you.
Representative Davis.
Sorry.
Will you take another question?
No, thank you.
The member does not yield. All right. The vote is on the committee report of ought to pass as amended. Are you roll call? Okay. Who asked for that? Representative Turcott requests a roll call. It's sufficiently seconded. It's a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The questions on the majority committee report about to pass as amended on House Bill 123. Representative Turcott's recognized for parliamentary inquiry. Let's settle down.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know this bill would indeed create a new tax, if I know businesses involved with the selling of carbon credits already are subjected to the BET tax, the BPT tax, timber harvesting tax, and the underlying property tax itself, and finally, if I know that any single form of taxation on a piece of property is burden enough, but multiple layers of taxes on the same piece of property truly endorses the fact that taxation is theft, then would I now press the red button to overturn the OTPA motion? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Ouellette's recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that in 2024, 211 towns out of the 234 in the state of New Hampshire received timber tax income to help reduce property taxes. And if I know this is just a modernization of RSA 79 and close the loophole timber companies are using to evade property taxes and keeping towns whole. And if I know this bill affects 8 properties in the state of New Hampshire and has nothing to do with land conservation or current use, and if I know the governor supports this bill and will sign it if we can get it to her, now would I press the green button to send this bill forward? Thank you.
Questions on the Majority Committee report of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 123. There's a roll call vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 197 in the affirmative, 158 in the negative. The report's adopted, and House Bill 123 is referred to the Committee on Ways and Means. Enjoy. For what reason does a member rise? I don't know where everybody's going. We're not done. The House will be in order. For what reason does a member rise?
To make a motion,
State your motion.
I'd like to move to take House Bill 764 off the table.
Representative Potenza moves that House Bill 764 be removed from the table. Are you ready for the question? Yes, it'll be a division. Everybody take your seats. Representative Potenza requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is not sufficiently seconded. This will be a division vote.
What?
You got to get up faster. I'm not going to wait.
Oh my gosh.
It's a division vote. Members, take your seats, not a discussion. The question is whether to remove House Bill 764 from the table. Representative Potenza is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, if I know that a large majority want to try to overturn the ITL on HB 764 so my floor amendment can be considered, and if I also know that it's late, and I promise that if the ITL is overturned, I will keep my speech to under 3 minutes. And lastly, if I know we owe it to the thousands in New Hampshire that have reached out to me and multiple sponsors over the last 3 years, would I now press the green button so another motion can move forward? And I really wanted a roll call vote, but that's not happening.
The motion is to remove House Bill 764 from the table. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Harriet Gathright.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 114 in the affirmative, 231 in the negative. Motion fails. Osborne. Chair recognizes the member from Auburn, Representative Osborne, for the third reading motion. And before everybody heads out, we have 6 unanimous consents tonight.
Resolved that the House now adjourn from the early session, that the business of the late session be in order at the present time, that the reading of bills be by title only and resolutions by caption only, and that all bills ordered a third reading be read a third time by this resolution, and that all titles of bills be the same as adopted and that they be passed at the present time. And when the House adjourns today, it be to meet Thursday, March 20th at 10 a.m.
Questions on the third reading motion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? Ayes have it, and the motion's adopted. If you are leaving, please keep it down so that we can hear the members who are speaking. Representative Damon is recognized for unanimous consent on Women's History Month.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Okay, people, I know we all want to go home, and many of us think this is important. I rise to offer a celebration of women that denigrates no one. Women's life experiences are different than men's. We need all women's voices at all the tables in positions to make collaborative decisions. Role models and mentoring are incredibly important to young people. Seeing folks you can relate to serving in leadership roles helps young people envision themselves serving in similar positions. I am the granddaughter of a suffragette, Mabel Merritt, 1895 to 2000. Yes, she touched 3 centuries and lived to be 105. Graham was 25 when women got the right to vote in the US. She understood the privilege of voting and never missed an election. Graham is my personal woman in history, my shiro. Today, I've chosen 8 New Hampshire
Members
women.
suspend for a minute. Can we swing those doors shut? If you're going through them, open them, close them behind you. This way we're not hearing all the noise from the anteroom. Swing the doors shut. Thank you. Proceed.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Today, I've chosen 8 New Hampshire women to represent the thousands of strong, resilient, creative, determined women who are making New Hampshire history. As I briefly acknowledge these extraordinary women, I ask you to also reflect on the women who contribute to your opportunities and successes. Teacher, astronaut, and mom, Krista Horrigan McAuliffe. The beautiful bronze statue on our State House Plaza inspires me every single day when I walk across. CEO and president of Dartmouth Health, New Hampshire's largest private employer, Dr. Joanne Conroy, who marries medicine, science, and business every day. Kelsey Brooke Eckert, award-winning history teacher, founder of the impressive Remedial Herstory Project, an amazing New Hampshire-based nonprofit that works to get women's history into curriculum. Patrick Wiggins, Newport, New Hampshire native, 3rd-generation mill worker turned tapestry artist and independent scholar. Patrick literally weaves the Precision Valley history and culture into her tapestry that has been exhibited at the Smithsonian Folklife Festival. Rebecca Hamilton and Emily Schwerin-White, sisters and co-CEOs of W.S. Badger Company, a global business created and based in Gilsum, New Hampshire, with over 100 natural and organic products sold worldwide. Jody Lynn Peacolt, New Hampshire best-selling author whose well-researched novels explore social issues and themes like family dysfunction, racism, betrayal, redemption, and reproductive rights. Jodi's novels have initiated many stimulating multi-generational discussions. These women are chosen deliberately to represent the arts, science, business, nonprofit work, and educators. I also acknowledge every woman in an elected role and all of the amazing State House staff who work so hard to help us be productive. I have saved the most important women in history, my read, for my last recognition. Quoting a high school teacher who inspired many students years ago, "There are those who have climbed Mount Everest and those who have descended the depths of the Marianas Trench, and there are footprints on the moon. But what is the challenge and worth of those singular obsessions compared with a person who, at the sound of the alarm clock, tries to put together a day, a week, a month, and make a meaningful life? Here lies the true challenge." So to me, the greatest women making history today are those who spend each and every day endeavoring to make a living, to provide for their families, to show that they care. The single moms, the nurses on every long shift, the cashiers, the teachers, the farmers, the seemingly ordinary who are in reality extraordinary for their persistence, hard work, and resilience. As one example, I honor Sarah Kathleen, who works so hard and with such kindness as an aide at Sullivan County Nursing Home. Sail around the world alone in a tiny sailboat, and you will be hailed for your courage and excite the press. Get two people to agree, teach empathy, show compassion, get another or yourself to re-examine a deep-rooted conviction, and it may well go unnoticed. But that is what contributes most to humankind, and that is what the most extraordinary women in history do. As we leave here today, I encourage you to recognize the ordinary yet extraordinary women you see and appreciate them. Thank you, and may the Irish luck be with you this weekend.
For what reason does the member rise?
Yes, I'd like the previous remarks to be put into the permanent journal, please.
Without objection. Representative Germana is recognized for unanimous consent on civility in the House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As President Kennedy said back in 1963, I'm talking about genuine peace, the kind of peace that makes life on earth worth living, the kind that enables men, women, and nations to grow, to hope, and to build a better life for their children. Not merely peace for all Americans, but peace for all Americans and all men and women. Not merely peace in our time, but peace in all times. I ran for the idea of that peace and being a part of it. I ran to do my part in this honorable body and to do what is right for Granite Staters. I speak now to both sides of the aisle in a message of unity. We are here to be the adults and to represent our constituents while having these difficult debates on the direction of our state. We spend a lot of time talking about voter disengagement, especially with the younger generation. Being a 21-year-old myself, I get to have a pretty good insight onto why that is. In a world with a housing crisis, and a homelessness crisis, and a drug crisis, in a world set up for the rich to get richer while the middle class pays their way, while paying crippling student loans and medical debt, in a world where we have a tax on eggs when we go out to the restaurant. As state representatives, we choose to spend our time instead attacking and silencing each other. We spend our time taking our phones out and recording while we laugh and point at our colleagues. When we are sworn in, we are given the title of the Honorable, but we often fail to live up to that. Well, we have an opportunity now to come together around a tough budget that our constituents are going to feel the impacts of. This starts with staying quiet and really listening to debates, not just looking at the sheets that we're given, but being involved into what our constituents are going to be feeling the impact of. This starts with reading online testimony about these bills, about the effects that these are going to have on real Granite Staters, our constituents, that sent us here to fix the problems for them. This starts with erasing the D, the R, and the I from next to our names, as the problem we have in this country is with DRI and not DEI. It is time to make the government work for the people and not against each other. Thank you.
For what reason does the member rise?
I was told I shouldn't, but I'm going to, and I hope no one will blame me. I move that the member's remarks be placed in the permanent journal.
Without objection, so ordered. Representative Simpson is recognized for unanimous consent on Jean Shaheen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good evening, colleagues. Yesterday, our state senior senator, Jean Shaheen, announced that she'll not seek re-election. A trailblazer, Senator Shaheen made history as the first woman in U.S. history elected both governor and U.S. senator. She has spent decades championing New Hampshire, advocating for common sense leadership and bipartisan cooperation. Since taking office in 2009, she's fought for Granite Staters on key issues: expanding health care access, securing funding to combat the opioid crisis, and supporting small businesses. Her work on the Senate Armed Services and Foreign Relations Committees has strengthened national security, and she's been a fierce advocate for veterans, women's rights, and climate action. Senator Shaheen played a key role in passing the Affordable Care Act, ensuring thousands in New Hampshire could access care. She's also worked to lower prescription drug costs and protect reproductive rights. Her leadership on energy efficiency has saved families and businesses billions. Before serving in Washington, Senator Shaheen was a 3-term governor, creating thousands of jobs, expanding public kindergarten, and keeping New Hampshire's tax burden among the lowest in the country. Even in moments of political disagreement, there's no doubt that Senator Shaheen has always fought hard for what she believes is best for our state. Her decades of service have left an indelible mark on New Hampshire and our nation. We know she'll be working hard for Granite Staters for the next 2 years until the moment she leaves office. But today we want to take a moment to extend our deepest gratitude for her leadership and her commitment to New Hampshire. Thank you.
For what reason does the member rise?
I move that the remarks from the member from Exeter be placed in the permanent journal.
Without objection, so ordered. Representative Verville is recognized for unanimous consent on the anniversary of the 4:30 session.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Hopefully it's not like deja vu all over again. I wrote a pretty long speech, but I'll try to make it quick. Thank you for staying. As many of you will remember, 5 years ago today, this body held one of its longest session days, if not its longest session day, in its august history. In fact, 5 years ago yesterday, the House was scheduled for 2 full days of session, staring down a daunting 182 bills on the regular calendar. On Wednesday, we disposed of a meager 37 bills, leaving the remaining 145 bills for the next day, Thursday, March 12th, 2020. This is not the only thing that made that day historic. As the panic over the COVID-19 was washing over the great state, our great nation, and the world, unprecedented motions and actions became part of our order of business that day. We began that day at 9 a.m. After disposing of some 55 bills at 7:35 p.m., there was a motion to amend House Rule 65 by adding a new subparagraph B that read, "In an effort to thwart the spread of COVID-19, after concurrence from the Democratic and Republican leadership and public health officials about best practices concerning the safety of representatives, staff, and the public, the deadlines may be reasonably amended at the discretion of the Speaker of the House to be timely noticed in the House calendar and on the General Court website." That motion was adopted by the necessary 2/3 vote. That subparagraph is no longer part of House rules by the wisdom of subsequent legislator. After disposing of some 84 bills at approximately 10:40 p.m., a motion was made that the House rules be so far suspended as to allow the remaining bills on the calendar to be taken up at a date to be determined by the Speaker. The House took a 5-minute recess, and a heated debate on the motion ensued. After only 2 speakers, both against the pending motion, a motion to limit debate passed on a roll call vote. It was noted during that debate by yours truly that just a few weeks earlier, on Wednesday, February 19th, 2020 to be exact, the House wasted the better part of a half of a session day reprimanding members for refusing to participate in allegedly compulsory professional development. I was one of the House members that was reprimanded on that inauspicious day. The motion to suspend House rules failed to attain the required 2/3 affirmative vote, and the motion failed. Session continued into the evening. The aforementioned debate is printed in the Permanent Journal. After disposing of some 95 bills, at approximately 12:22 a.m. on Friday, the 13th of March, 2020, a member motioned that the House adjourn. This was an all but unprecedented move. It would have left some 87 bills abandoned and would have ended the legislative session. But there's a bright side. The motion failed 41 to 247 on a roll call vote. Session continued into the wee hours of the morning. Many of us were. The House, having disposed of 182 bills on the regular calendar, recessed at approximately 4 a.m. on Friday the 13th, March 2020. What followed was the infamous 2 weeks to flatten the curve, global lockdown, and other assorted and sundry madness in response to the perceived threat of the dangers of COVID-19. May our republic never react to an emergency in such a manner again, but by the grace of God. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what reason does the member rise?
To motion that the remarks be put in the permanent journal.
Without objection, So ordered. Representative Horrigan is recognized for unanimous Horrigan. There was a squiggle on it. Horrigan, Cold War, and the Ukraine.
All right. Anyway, I was a very, very small part of the end of the Cold War. I was a civilian employee at the U.S. Army Cold Research and Engineering Lab in Hanover. That's at 45 Lime Road in Hanover, 2.6 miles north of the Dartmouth campus. So if they ever have an open house, you should visit it. Anyway, beginning in 1991 and continuing through the first half of the 1990s, I was a GS5 physical science technician, which is a very low pay grade. The federal government has many, many pay grades above that. It was an odd place for a peacenik like me. It was a great experience. I don't think I was the only peacenik working there. The official end of the Cold War is marked as Boxing Day, the day after Christmas, December 26, 1991, but sort of the end of the Cold War, the beginning of the Cold Peace was a process that took several years. And the story of Krell's role in creating that peace is a long story. The Cold Peace is a long story which has never been told, but don't worry, I'm not going to tell it now. A lot of the details were above my pay grade anyway. Let's just say that some very smart people from New Hampshire, and of course a lot from Vermont, because Vermont was right across the river, in Alaska, because we had a facilities in Alaska, but especially here in New Hampshire. Well, we worked very hard to bring peace to the former Soviet Union, in particular the former Soviet republics of Kazakhstan, Belarus, and especially Ukraine. You've probably heard of Ukraine. Had literally hundreds of nuclear installations on their property. Krell was one of the lead agencies in the effort to clean up the nuclear and non-nuclear waste left behind by the Russian military. Ukraine in particular, which is actually a fairly large country, it's smaller than Russia, smaller than the USA, but it's a large country. It could have become the world's third largest nuclear power, but they chose not to. They still have a very strong conventional military, actually strong enough to fight Russia to a stalemate multiple times. And they've also, unlike Russia, managed to be a democracy with the current phase. The current phase of the Russo-Ukrainian war has gone on for almost 3 years now. Actually, the entire war has gone on for 11 years now. Anyway, it is now time to make peace. But I hope it should be a real peace on terms which allowed Ukraine to continue to be democratic and strong. Not a peace where we, in the USA, force the Americans to capitulate to Putin. So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and Slava Ukraini. Thank you.
Representative Howard is recognized for unanimous consent on speech on campuses.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and honorable representatives. Last year, our great state of New Hampshire signed into law HB 1305, reaffirming the state's commitment to freedom of speech on college campuses in line with the principles of the First Amendment. As the General Court is aware, we saw arrests of both pro-Israeli and pro-Palestinian students during a protest on May 1st, 2024. Over the summer, a working group was formed to investigate the incident. In January, the group published a final report detailing their findings. Regardless of how you feel in the Middle East, about the situation in the Middle East, it is almost and was certainly an unacceptable abuse of power by the state and a flagrant violation of the principles of the First Amendment, which we, the state, have committed ourselves to uphold in HB 1305. UNH President Elizabeth Chilton, who convened that said working group, has chosen to ignore their findings. Whether or not the university administration agrees with the working group in their findings, choosing simply to ignore the findings that do not match the conclusion most favorable to the university is undemocratic, anti-liberal, and ultimately authoritarian abuse of power by an unelected bureaucrat. For those not aware, the primary recommendation of the working group was an independent investigation by an outside law firm into the events of May 1st, as the actions of both the university administrators and the police violated students' constitutional rights. I bring this issue before the body today because we are seeing political attacks on students for expressing their views. Permanent residents fear having their green cards revoked and endure threats of expulsion for using their First Amendment rights. This is wrong, unconstitutional, and needs to be pointed out. Thank you.
For what reason does the member rise?
I move to put the remarks of the previous speaker in the permanent journal.
Without objection, so ordered. Representative Osborne moves that the House stand in recess for the purpose of the introduction of bills, vacate motions, enrolled bill amendments, enrolled bill reports, and receiving messages. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Nay? The ayes have it and the motion's adopted. The House is in recess until Thursday, March 20th, 2025 at 10 a.m.